All right. Thanks, Paul. So it sounds like we might have some feedback somewhere. So if somebody's logged into the meeting, make sure your computer, your speakers turned off and your microphones turned off. You have microphones at tables. Hopefully the range all extends well enough that everybody can be heard. So welcome everyone. This is our combined Habitat Council and the ribbon meeting this year, and we appreciate everybody's attendance, and we hope to commit money to some good projects today. My name is Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief for the Division of Wildlife based in Salt Lake City, and I'm the chair of the Habitat Council. We appreciate Blue Ribbon being with us today, and we're going to start off with some introductions, and then we'll talk about some logistics and things. So let's, Allison, we'll start with you and work down the road.
Hi, I'm Allison Whitaker for Division of Wildlife. I'm the Habitat Conservation Programs biologist, so I just do a lot of the background logistics stuff.
Daniel Eddington, I'm the Habitat Conservation Coordinator. I help administer the Habitat Council program.
Okay.
Lisa Graham, I'm the Office Manager for Habitat.
Patty Wanacott, representing Walkabout.
Southern region representative. Rich Loveridge, Coldwater. PJ Southwest, Blue Ribbon, Mickey Anderson, Blue Ribbon, Central Region Representative.
Rebecca Grigno, Women's Initiative and Diversity Inclusion for Child Limited.
I'm Drew Cushing, the Aquatic Section Chief for the Division of Wildlife.
Steve Sorensen, representing Big Game.
Terry Hill, Blue Ribbon at-large representative. Rex Zinfager, Ward 1 representative, Blue Ribbon. James Parker, Northeastern Region rep. Larry Finch, Blue Ribbon at-large.
Russ Lawrence, Blue Ribbon Northern Region Representative.
Jordan Nilsson, Blue Ribbon Southeast Region Rep.
Randy Opplinger, and I'm the division rep on Blue Ribbon.
Blair Stringham, Division of Wildlife Resources, representing the wildlife section.
Tyler Thompson, I'm the Watershed Program Director with DNR on the Habitat.
Thanks. And Ben, you online? Go ahead.
I'm online. Yeah, Benjamin Allen, Habitat Council, volunteer for the sport fish.
Thanks, Ben. Anybody else from Blue Ribbon or Habitat Council that's online that can introduce themselves? Mostly our other staff, looks like. So, all right. Okay, thanks everybody. So just some other logistics. Mickey, I kind of thought you would wear your new hat, but it's okay. We'll go without that. But restrooms, I'm not sure they're open yet. I went and checked. They are?
Yeah.
They're open now. Okay. So restrooms are open now. There is some food at the back table for some breakfast treats, so feel free to jump up and grab some of that anytime. Lunch will be at around noon. That'll be served here in the back. So let's see. For those who are presenting in person, just come up to the podium and this is not very many of you here, but, and they can present from there. I need to thank Michael and Paul from the AV crew, Allison, Daniel, Lisa for all their help for logistics. We had a weird scheduling problem this morning, but I think we've got it figured out. So what did I miss, Daniel?
Randy wants to give any opening remarks? I don't know.
Yeah, I do real briefly. I'd like to thank everyone from Blue Ribbon being here. This is our one meeting a year where we score projects. So there's a lot of good projects for us to listen to today. But for those of you on Blue Ribbon, I think I've been sending out some emails with the logistics and how we score our projects. I've got some paper scoring sheets. Does anyone from Blue Ribbon need a paper sheet before we get going here? I think for the most part, I've ordered the projects on the paper sheet or the spreadsheet. You also have as an option for filling out in the same order. You're going to hear them today. I think there's one exception, but for the most part, they should be in the same order. So you can go down the list. I think beyond that, if you got any questions on the projects, just let me know and the scoring process. But I think most of you have been through it before.
Cool. Thanks, Randy. So for Habitat Council, the way that we're going to run this in the morning is we usually typically will hear a project and vote on it individually. But what we'll do is we're with Blue Ribbon. This morning, we just hear all the projects and go through the lists while we're combined. And then since Blue Ribbon does a scoring sheet, we'll vote separately on our own this afternoon as we start this afternoon for Habitat Council. And then Habitat Council will continue on here in this space. So any questions on logistics on how this is going to go? Okay. Don't see any questions. Anybody from online have a question about how this is going to go? All right. I'll ask anybody who's presenting, whether online or in person, remember to introduce yourself and who you represent. And we'll go from there. So with that, we're going to jump in. I think we've got 10 projects that are combined that we want to work on and approve. So, or at least here. So we're going to start in Northern Region and project number 6472, Northern Region, fiscal year 24 conservation easement monitoring tech. Daniel.
Good morning, everybody. Can I get the website on here?
It's just
Larry. .wri.
I'm sorry?
wri.utah.gov.
No. Sorry about that.
for Wi-Fi choices. I think that there's CapNet available for people who are not state employees. And then for people who are state employees, it's called UWDN and have to use their credentials to get in. So, okay. Go ahead, Daniel.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Olson. I'm the Habitat Manager for Division of Wildlife Resources of our office for the Northern Region. I replaced Scott Walker retired last year. Project that we have for this spring is related to our conservation easements that we hold in the Northern Region. So we have over 30 conservation easements that we help manage and are required to monitor every year. So we have to go out to these easements and go to photo points and document the condition of the easements and make sure the agreements to be signed with landowners are being followed. And so we, in the past, what we've done is hired a technician to help us with that. And so this project is to help fund that technician. It's a seasonal employee that goes out and does this work for us. After they visit the property, it's a coordination with the landowners, visit the property and document the condition, and then they have to put together a report that we have to submit. So for the budget, the majority of the ask is to pay for this seasonal employee, $21,000. And we have some money for just equipment that they might need, so banners, cameras, beers, and stuff like that. And then some money for motor pool. The bulk of the funding asked was from the Habitat Council, so $25,000 from the Habitat Council, and then just a small amount from Blue Ribbon. And kind of the rationale behind that is some of these conservation easements are in the Weber River corridor, and we're required to provide habitat for fish and to provide angling access. And so we're hoping to get a little bit of Blue Ribbon money to help fund this project to make sure these easements get monitored and that work gets done. So that's kind of the gist of it. Are you guys have any questions about the nature of the project or what we're trying to accomplish or any of the details? Drew.
I probably don't need to ask this, but I just want assurances that you worked with the aquatic section, that breakdown is appropriate of funding.
So Kent Sorensen put this budget together before he retired. And so he'd been managing our conservation easements for us, and he thought that was probably appropriate.
kind of breakdown of how our conservation easements are spread out across the landscape, that the 2,500 probably represents the aquatic portions of those easements. Does that answer your question, Drew?
Drew, most of those easements are on the river or on somewhere. So it probably is sort of I talked about the access agreements for easements we had for irrigating.
Okay,
It does.
that's what I was hoping to hear.
We don't have that work.
Hey, do you know, Clint, if we've done habitat work?
But we don't really have that work. All of these easements we have, we have enabler access.
Just curious. I've visited a number of projects. This is an ongoing staffing issue. Why wouldn't this be done through the budgeting process? The budget assigned to the PWR state. I'm not opposed to the money this way. Just curious why.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So we kind of we're acquiring easements all the time, and throughout time we've been building the number of easements that we had. So it didn't really justify a full-time position, and we're not quite there yet. So it's kind of like an in-between area. So we just ask every year for them to help fund monitoring. There might be, like in the future, we might need someone fully dedicated to this because we'll have so many easements.
We wouldn't find a staff, part-time or seasonal staff like this through the process.
I don't know how we actually ended up where we're at doing it this way, but I know that was direction that we've got in the past. So, you know, Drew.
I've had similar questions in previous years. It's a director's prerogative, you know, this funding is just set aside certain portions of it for a variety of different tasks that the division picks up every year. And it's just been that way for a lot of years. I often ask the same question and I've been given the same answer. It's the director's prerogative to fund it this way.
Yeah, I think maybe the director's office views this as something that's could be temporary, or if budgets really got tight, then this would be something that just wouldn't have to occur and we wouldn't have to lay people off or something. And so, but Drew's right. I mean, this is just the direction we've been given currently as to how to allocate this money for that purpose. So, good question.
That's all I got.
Okay, any other questions for Daniel on this one? All right. Thank you, Daniel. Hey, are you doing the next one too, or is that somebody else?
That's me.
Okay, so next one is project number 6739, Pineview South Farm Fish Habitat Installation.
I'm Clint Brunson. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager of the Northern Region. Project I'm going to present today isn't atypical of what we've done in the past, but we're kind of changing a little bit of our approach. So I'm going to go through a little bit of background. Promise I won't take too much time, but you want to go to the next slide? So over the last few years, based on some research that Chris Penny did, he found that young year perch and crappie utilize a layer of water that we thought was fishless due to oxygen levels. And we went out with a YSI, it's just a meter that we can go down to the bottom of the lake, and we can sample oxygen levels all the way down and get an oxygen profile. And what we were looking for is this 2.5 milligrams per liter of oxygen level. And normally that occurs below a thermocline when everything sets up during the summertime. And so for easy purposes, at 40 feet at Rockport, we have a change in oxygen levels in August to where it gets to this level. Above that, it's higher oxygen. Below that, it's lower. And we deploy these really fine micro mesh nets to catch only young year fish below that and try to see if we have those fish above that level. So we'd set in 35 and 25 feet of water on the bottom, and then we'd have some nets 40 to 50 feet of water. And we found and documented that below that 2.5 milligrams per liter, only thing we caught was young year fish. Super cool, and it's really great. And so we started installing habitat throughout Echo, Rockport, and Pineview. Next slide. And this is all, I mean, these are 3 to 4 inch fish. And this is out of one net. This is all we found below that line. Next slide, please. Over the past few years, we've purchased from 3 different companies. We've used our threshold of $5,000 to purchase as much as we can, up to $5,000 from each company. And they're from Mossback, Fish Hiding, and Pond King. And the names probably, it doesn't matter, but these resources are what we've used in the past. Next slide. So I'll show you kind of what they look like, right? Like this is a spring morning on Pineview, and this is all Fish Hiding. This is recycled vinyl. You can bend it and make it in all different shapes. And these drop down to the bottom. They have a concrete cup at the bottom, and they stand upright for the fish. Next. These are some of the mossback structures that we're putting in. These are the root wads. If you work with angle iron, they're just a plastic version of those angle iron that go in between 3 columns, and they also sit on the bottom. Next slide. And then this is Fish Hiding again. And these little ones on the right are really small little structures, 1.5 tall. Next. And then this is Pond King, so they have shrubs and their trees. We call them road cones, but anyways, you can see there's a lot of variety. You want to go jump to the next one? I don't know if this is going to play. You can try. Just click on it and see if it will. This is within a couple of days of putting these in. We have fish on these structures. Perch are utilizing the bottoms of these structures, and the crappies are hanging out kind of in through all the interstitial spaces. So next, Daniel, you can skip this next video, but there's a crappie sitting dead center there, and you can go to the next one. So the proposal is to ask Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council to for $20,000, and it will be only at Pineview. The Forest Service is working on access around the reservoir, and the first place that they're going to continue to allow access specifically during the wintertime for free will be out of Anderson Cove, which is the bottom right here on the map. And this area that I've selected is also the area that was still underwater the last 2 years when it's been the driest, even down to 13% capacity. And so these will stay in the water regardless of our depth that we have. We, if we hit another couple of dry years, it's about 64 acres. And that will change probably when we get there, but just to kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at putting these structures. So this is the deepest part of the basin. And just to the north of this little polygon is where we have installed them 3 years ago. And his name's been mentioned, but Sorno and I fished this 2 years ago in like 13 feet of water and caught 11 and 12 inch crappies off of these structures. So they hold young fish, and in the fall when everything turns over, the big fish move in and utilize them as habitat. And that's the purpose of putting so many in this arm, is to hopefully concentrate some more fish in the basin, and anglers can then go and target those fish through the ice. Okay, next. This is just kind of a breakup. So 10 from each of the councils, and then our contribution as far as time and effort from biologists and install and everybody that helps us is going to be roughly about $5,000 of in-kind. Next one. So this is specifically for
At full pool, how deep will these be in the water? Clint?
They'll be like 45, 50 feet.
Okay. So they should always be in an effective water column.
Yeah. They should always be able to be utilized by those young earfish. Oh, no, that's the cool thing is if the algae grows, it's just more bugs that grow and are around that. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a lot of space, and being so deep, the mossback ones, the ones that look like angle iron, we actually set them so the angle iron part sits upright. So if anything comes down or seeds or whatever, they could grow, and then you have, better habitat. But it's just a variety of different things. So this is just for Blue Ribbon Council. This project will directly enhance yellow perch and black crappies, their populations. This is for their survival, and this is for recruitment for those two species. But that benefits tiger muskie, smallmouth, and largemouth bass as well. It is all about habitat. This is all this project is for, is just for habitat. It's not going to directly increase angler access, but like I said, with the Forest Service working on Pine View, this is the first area that they're going to target and allow for free access on the reservoir. So we wanted to put these structures in a place that will be utilized. It's not enhancing our staffing needs, but it does fill a part of my work plan and the technicians that work for us. And these projects have been highly successful in all three reservoirs that we've put them. We find fish within a day or two on these structures, either running cameras or running fish finders or using hook and line. The fish are there within a couple of days. So we have no doubt that will be continue to be successful. Next one. So we found that diversity in structure height and all these different structures greatly improves the benefit. They're occupied as soon as we place them. And despite how many man days it takes us to install, it's always worth the effort. And we have even put these in our community fisheries and have carried over a bluegill fishery in places where we've never been able to have that because of these structures being in place. They just can't be fished out either by birds or by anglers. I think that's the last one. Yeah. So any questions?
More of a recommendation, Clint. This is a great project, but it's part of several other projects that have already taken place on Pine View. And just for the northern region, it'd really be nice to see a master habitat plan for some of your reservoirs. The project itself that you presented really doesn't represent, what's been going on at Pine View and East Canyon, some of these other reservoirs. And it'd be good to, kind of share with people a bigger proposal or a bigger presentation, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, no, totally. That makes sense. There's a lot of other pictures and photos and stuff that we've taken of other projects that are listed under there, but that's true. Anything else?
Any other questions, Clint? Thanks. All right. We're going to move to some central region projects now. First one is project number 6569, Strawberry Reservoir Co-op Snowplow. I'll just say when you start, this is another one of those that we would love to work into just a regular operational budget, but because it's split between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon, we're having to review this every year. So, right, go ahead.
Yeah. My name is Wes Pierce. I'm the fisheries biologist at Strawberry Reservoir. You guys have seen this project before. This is our annual co-op snowplow. Years like this year, this is very important to us for angler access. We just have no way to clear that snow without this money. This is also our new parking lot that we built this year, and it's being utilized right now. So if you guys aren't aware, we did build about a 2.5 acre parking lot and new boat ramp at Chicken Creek East. This is a picture of it. We do have a concrete boat ramp in and this parking lot here. This is currently being plowed by the state parks. So this is taking up a lot of our time and our money. So this actually increased about 60% of what kind of parking access we have up there. Between this one, Mud Creek, and the Marina Plaza our own. But again, very important. You can see how busy this is. I don't have any pictures of the Co-op Creek, Chicken Creek East in this winter, but I've just had reports after reports of it being almost full and parking down the road again. I mean, we get that many anglers up there using that. And this is it's a lot easier to drive to this new Chicken Creek East ramp versus going clear around the marina. It's right off Highway 40. State Parks has done a great job plowing it. So again, I think we're looking at, a $32,000 budget request, 16 from Habitat, 16 from Blue Ribbon, and then State Parks in kind's 40,000. So that's who's plowing up there with their equipment. But again, like I say, this is something I think we discuss every year about being operational budget. It's going to be a little bit of an increase this year with just that added parking lot on there. There's years like this year where we've actually had to stop plowing Mud Creek just because there's too much snow to get into. So, but these are still open as of the other day. So.
Yeah, I was up there 2 weeks ago and it was absolutely tent city.
Yep.
I mean, just everywhere.
On years when we have good ice and good snow and guys can get out, it's crazy how many people we get there.
Where the two parking lots used to be, west and east, this is just absolutely filled in.
Yeah.
Easy.
Have we ever approached the county about it on this comes up every year and I hate it every year because I just don't think it's the right way to pay for it. I don't pay for plowing. I just don't like that this is how it's paid for like the last 20 years.
Yeah, probably.
Why is it not part of an operating budget? Why is the county not pitching in?
And I don't know the counties, I don't know where those talks are, if we had those talks with county for that kind of stuff. Most of this is geared towards recreation stuff. So the state parks pause the other ones for the snowmobilers. And we just kind of piggyback on the state parks. If we had to contract this out privately, it would cost us 5 times more than it does on an operational budget. State Parks does it for us for pennies on the dollar of what it would actually cost if we had a contract. When we were doing the Soldier Creek side and we had to contract that out, it cost us a lot more just, because that was a private guy. So us being able to do it this way, piggyback on the state parks, it does save us a lot of money versus being just in our operational and paying a contractor to do it.
Historically, we made a run at the county and this is a fishing issue. And we made a run at the Forest Service historically and they just were completely uninterested and uncommitted. So, I agree with you. It shouldn't be here, but it is. If we don't do this, you lose some fishing opportunities at Strawberry because of parking.
It seems like a good one to take the legislature. Some that year.
That's not a bad thought.
That we just gone, why do we have to do this? Habitat council. Money away from what products. Enhance habitat. And we've just been doing it for so long. Like, it's not like we're not going to fund it. This is getting fun. It's just we've been doing it so long. So it just seems like not right. Should have part of permanent. I think so. West doesn't have to get up here and bend. Is this vehicle going to be owned by wildlife or is it going to be vulnerable?
What's that?
Is this a vehicle or just?
No, this is just for the plowing. State Parks has their own plow equipment. They use their, yeah, this is just for plow. This is for paying the contract or the state parks to plow this with their equipment and their guys to do it.
And you'll notice on the budget here, state parks' in-kind amount is 40,000 on top of that too. So they're putting in a big.
They put a big chunk in because it benefits them too for. Yeah, Jordanelle guys do a lot of it. We actually have a guy that's pretty much up there plowing every year. He's their seasonal. His name's Doug. He pretty much lives up there, and that's who plows that. But the Jordanelle guys take care of a lot of it. Yeah.
Is there a use?
There's not in the wintertime. In the summertime, it is contracted through Utah, whoever runs the campgrounds now. It used to be NCM, then American Land and Leisure, and now it's Utah something or the other. But in the wintertime, there is no fee to pay it for out there. The problem we have with that is getting somebody to collect it. We discussed that with parks before, even with this new parking lot, on what to do with it. I know Forest Service and state parks, we've talked to them about, having a fee, but we really haven't settled on anything or what we're going to do. This new parking lot during the summer is going to be under the same operations as the rest of the reservoir, under the forest.
It has become part of the contract.
Yes.
Part of the concessionary contract.
There's just not a concessionaire in the winter. That's our whole operation. They're just there. Yeah, once the snow melts, they come back, and then everything's under that.
That's my thought. We make it part of whoever has it in the summer.
But that's not us. That's a private company, and that's an agreement between them and the Forest Service. And I don't know what their take on taking something like that over is. That's not a state contract. That's a federal contract with the Forest Service.
So we'll just put them posts out there, slot, all these places. I mean, like gas it for 5 hours. I was dropping when I was a kid. I could be making up the past sins.
Yeah.
Most people drop $5 a there. That's what they're asking. Maybe somebody going around just putting it in.
And again, it comes back to it of who's going to collect that. That would have to fall on us or state parks. Don't know if state park wants to take that on. Enforcing that rule, you get law enforcement, and all that involved. So it does come into some planning when you're talking about that. So, any other questions?
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Hey, good questions. And yes, it kind of comes up every year, but good discussion to have. And it'd be great if we could get some of these other entities to help pay for some of this stuff. But okay, next one, project number 6570, Chicken Creek East, Strawberry Reservoir Restroom. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Anthony Gray, walleye biologist on the Heber Campus Ranger District for the Forest Service. And we've been talking about it a little bit, but the new Chicken Creek East parking lot, we're proposing to put a double vault CXT restroom there. So this is an overview of the site. The black dots, where's the new site is. Follow the road up to the left. That's the old Chicken Creek East side. You want to go to images? Click on the first one. So this is what we're proposing to put in. Next one. This is the old Chicken Creek East side. You can tell it's really broken down. We have a single vault bathroom there, so we'll be upgrading with increased utilization. Next one. This is just an overview of the site. Middle, left, far back, that's the old site. Right here in the middle, that's where the new site has been put in place. Just to note, you can kind of see along the old highway 40, there's a dark, there's a river. It basically hit the road, culvert got blocked, and the water just ran down this way. So after we fixed the new parking lot, part of it was to reconnect the stream. And after a year, we already had spawning fish in it. Next slide, please. So this is a picture. I took this picture in October of the same site. So you can, it's like just an overview of the site and the boat ramp. They're still putting the finishing touches on it when I took this picture. Would you like to go to finance? Yeah, so we're asking $85,000 so we can produce, transport, install the new restroom. And it's gonna be split 50-50 between Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council. I guess any questions? Yes.
Open year round.
Yes, they'll be open year round. And about the concern, I don't know if I should say this, but we are looking to automatic payment methods. We do need cell towers and stuff out there. So we're looking in Strawberry to put automatic payments stations in. And this is one of the areas. We don't know if it's feasible or not yet, but we are looking into it. As of right now, no. I know we are doing what as the PAL, you mean? I don't think so, but I know there are being proposals put out, and that's the recreation side of the Forest Service, and I don't know too much about it.
Where does the funding come from? Here.
So, it's, yeah, we do have the funding to pump the bathrooms, yes.
Is the existing one service in the winter?
It was before. This year's not. In Wes's, you saw the two portable stations. We decided to just plow the new site, not the old site. And so yeah, after we move it, yeah, we'll be pumping it. It slows down to the winter. We pump it maybe once or twice a week versus summertime when it's increased use out there.
Any other questions on this one?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Next project on the list, more Chicken Creek, 6599 Chicken Creek East Boat Ramp Extension and Divider Dock. Go ahead.
Again, Wes Pierce, Strawberry Fisheries biologist. Yeah, this is going along with our new boat ramp and parking lot at Chicken Creek East. We're looking for funding to, first of all, get a possibility of extending the boat ramp and the divider dock. As far as the extension of the boat ramp goes, when we built this boat ramp, our plans was to build it to the water's edge. Working with the Forest Service and their project, we built this boat ramp down as far as we possibly could with the materials that we had without having to excavate everything and just cost us more money. We were just kind of under a money constraint of what we had. As a fall, when just before ice off, we were about 20 feet below the boat ramp, the water's level. What we're looking to do is have some concrete mats. There's some images on there. Concrete mats that we lay down. I've talked with Natalie Bourne in the Northeast region, and this is what they've used. This is kind of just a hardening process. We've used this at Mud Creek before. What we want to do is we just want to buy these and have these on hand. So when that water recedes again, we can lay these out and just extend that boat ramp without having the cost of pouring concrete. This is a good way to do this, just to harden that, to give those guys putting their boats in just a little bit more solid foundation. As far as the divider dock goes, this is kind of what we're looking at to build and put over there just for guys putting in boats over there. We have enough room that we can just put one of them in there. Just when guys are launching boats, they have something to tie to. There's just really no other way for those guys to launch without putting air. We've also been working with some CAP students at Wasatch High School. As far as their engineering program, they're trying to actually design one of these for us. So we're trying to get the design, let them guys do it, and use their design possibly to build. I think we can build this for fairly cheap. We've got a couple bids in of what it would cost, but if we don't have to design it, and we can also help those CAP students design that and use their design, I think it'd be pretty cool to have that on there. And that's about the size that we'll have over there on that boat ramp as well. So money wise, the mats are pretty much $13,000. A lot of that, these come out of Texas, and I don't have another place to do it. These are some really lighter weight ones that aren't as heavy as the Mud Creek ones, where I don't have to have as heavy equipment to install. I can install these with a backhoe. I could use our Habitat crew to do it, or I mean, we can even install it ourselves, as we can run that stuff. So total funding, 28,200, in kind 4,200. Again, 12,000 from Blue Ribbon and 12,000 for Habitat Council with this project.
Yeah, originally, there was some talk about this being personal watercraft launching only. How large a boat?
This is not going to, there's,
Large a boat. Like,
the problem,
we're talking about the 28-foot boats that are showing up.
you're gonna launch a giant boat in this place. You're gonna launch a boat that's probably like a 20-footer, like some single axles. You can launch a boat in here. This is the same, if you guys have been over to Renegade Boat Ramp, this is the same slope as Renegade.
So it's basically open all, stay there.
If you, yeah, it's pretty much, I mean, it's a concrete ramp. It's big enough to turn around on, to back down on it. But yes, it's not, we've not labeled this a personal watercraft only. If you can launch it, it's basically the same as Renegade.
So will that parking get used a lot in the summer? People avoiding the bay through the Forest Rivers rather than go over there?
They'll still have to pay over there. So this, yeah, so soon as that contractor gets up there, that concessionaire, that will turn into a fee area for the summer. So those guys will still have to pay the same fee that they do going to the marina. It's just a lot shorter drive to the marina. Sure.
These are necessities, and this is just for future projects like this. And all of the folks that work for the aquatic section these should have went through the boating infrastructure program, along with the bathroom. You know, in other words, the ramp was a project upon itself, you know, that went through the infrastructure program and was funded that way. And if these would have went through with it, they would have been funded as well. And in the future, if you have a project like this, don't piece it out if you have an access to, you know, a big pot of money like that like the motorboat access grant. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That takes the pressure off of, you know, these other.
And I think we had this pieced out, or not pieced out, but we had a lot of this in a thing. But with the increased cost of everything, it just sucked everything up with what we had with the actual construction of the boat ramp and the parking lot itself.
Okay.
With that.
I'm just, you know, like the bathroom should have been wrapped into, you know, these projects should have been wrapped into that. And we would have them all done and we would be sitting here talking about them.
Right.
Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought this was originally first one. This was talked about as being a personal watercraft. My concern is that we're now, who's going to drive 7 miles to go down to buy Mud Creek or anything else? So you look at the amount of boats that are, this isn't the right place. We need to have this funded, but I think this is going to fill up with some really large boats really quickly. And it's going to actually, I'm a little concerned it's going to limit fishing access because it'll force fishermen to go down to Renegade and down to the Strawberry Marina, because the big boat guys, if they can launch here, they're going to be launching here.
Yeah, and
this is going to be, this may not turn out to be as wonderful as we think it is originally, but originally this project was talked about as a personal watercraft boat launch area with small boat access, and now that's.
And we've never put a hard number on what size of boat. I mean, because again, when we talk about enforcing that stuff on a concrete boat ramp, I don't know how we have somebody up there to.
I'm just saying.
I understand.
As we funded this 6 years ago, we were thinking, oh, this will be a wonderful place for folks with, you know, personal watercraft, smaller boats. This will be great for the anglers. And now this is kind of turned into a recreational boater thing, and they've all discovered wetsuits. And, you know, Strawberry's not nearly as friendly a place to go fishing now.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll see the bigger boats because that is such a shallow bay. So once, especially in low water right now, before it fills up, I mean, we built that thing up way high to get that in. But once you hit that, I mean, it's really shallow going out there. So you're not going to be able to get some of those bigger boats in there, especially when that water's low. And that's when I talk about this boat ramp extension. When we're talking down that low, yeah, you're only going to be getting small watercraft in there. You're only going to be getting the 16-footer boats in there. You're going to be getting personal watercraft in there when we talk about that lower extension. But yeah, when it's full, guys will be able to get in there. But also that parking lot is dirt now. They have to drive the dirt road in there. We don't have the amenities that the marina has. So I still think you're going to have a lot of guys going to the marina just for, they need something. There's no store over here like some of these other marinas. The other thing that we've noticed too in the last year, well, since they've paved that road from Spanish Fork over to Renegade, is the amount of increase at that Renegade boat ramp. It's almost 2-3 times what it used to be. You can go over there in the middle of the week and that place is absolutely full because it's a lot less drive or time wise from Utah County to Strawberry if you come over that way. And we're noticing that quite a bit over there. And that's a big concern for us too, especially with AIS stuff coming over the top that way.
The only thing about that was just looking down the road, I kind of thought it was personal watercraft. Now I'm wondering at what point somebody can be standing here wanting breakwater docks, other stuff, just boat ramps.
Yeah, and we don't, I mean, as far as us goes, the division, the divider dock would be all that we want on there. I mean, that's all we've talked about. That would be the only amenity over there that we would supply, that we would want to see over there. Again, because that water is going to fluctuate in that bay because of how shallow it is. It fluctuates quite a bit and we've got to move that stuff and we don't want to have to deal with that. And all that stuff falls on us. It's not like it's the marina that goes out there and moves the stuff for state parks. It's me and Al. We would have to go move all that. And that's just not something we're going to take on. Any questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, last one for our central region, Diamond Fork, Spanish Fork River Watershed Post Fire Restoration Phase 4, project number 6616. Maybe we have someone online that's going to be presenting this one.
Hold agenda.
Yep, Mike Slater here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Thanks, Mike. Go ahead.
Okay. Daniel, I'll ask you to kind of get onto that watershed and share your screen. If you could go to the map first. And maybe what I'd like to do is just share a little bit of the background behind this project. This is phase 4. So we've been doing a lot of work in Diamond Fork, and primarily because for about a century now, there was about 400 to 500 CFS flowing down Diamond Fork, coming out of Strawberry Reservoir to get water to the Wasatch Front for multiple uses. That basically ripped the riparian area or zone or river out to where it was essentially nothing but a long straight stretch of river. Very featureless, not many pools, not the greatest of habitat for fishes. And so for the last 12, 15 years, much of that water has been put into a pipeline instead of just running through the stream or the river itself. That has reduced the flow significantly, and we've been trying to wait and allow Diamond Fork to return to a quote unquote more natural system. And it has done some good, but we feel that we need to go in and manipulate things just a little bit. And so that's what I want to talk about first, is just the aspects of the stream restoration portions of the project, which is the little yellow line you can see there in the middle. This is right along the Diamond Fork campground area. In the last 2 years, we've done some work directly above this site and some work below this site. And so now we're just kind of focusing in on this stretch of stream along the campground. And the reason we're focusing on different areas is there's been a large report that was developed with Utah State research input, Utah River Mitigation Commission, Trout Unlimited, DWR, Forest Service, a lot of partners involved with this. And we're trying to pick off the highest priority locations where we really needed to do some work. And so that's just kind of what we're doing, is we're chipping away at these locations And in 2024, we're proposing to do our stream work near the campground area. And for reference, this is near where Little Diamond Creek comes in. It's about 7-8 miles from Spanish Fork Canyon up along the Diamond Fork River, and maybe three miles below the Hot Pots pullout, which is a popular place. We call it Three Forks, where multiple streams come together there. Just to give you an idea of where we're working. Before I leave this, you can see all the large black polygons. As a part of this project, we've incorporated some arc clearance needs and some seed planting for the upland areas, because in addition to the 400 to 500 CFS that have been flowing down the system, we also had a fire in 2018, and it's just really denuded both the riparian area as well as the uplands. And so as a part of this, we are proposing and working with the habitat section to do the arc clearance, as I mentioned, and then also planting and preparing to seed these large polygons to reduce the amount of erosion, which will ultimately help in water quality here in Diamond Fork. So that's kind of the area and the two aspects of the project. Maybe if you could go to images for me and click on that first image. I use this just as an example of a featureless river. It's a long, straight 10-mile river with a whole lot of riffle habitat and very little pool habitat. The next picture, please. And so what we're trying to do is convert from that to creating grade controls, pools, rock veins, post-assisted log structures where we put trees and stuff along the banks, just to, again, to provide a little more habitat for fish. And at the same time, this is going to help us in stabilizing banks, reducing erosion, again, helping with the water quality that we want to see in Diamond Fork. But ultimately, this is going to really, maybe go to the next slide or the next picture. This is hopefully going to help multiple species of fish. We've got brown trout, some rainbow, Bonneville cutthroat trout. We've got southern leatherside chub, Columbia spotted frog in some of these areas. So it's going to impact and help a lot of the fisheries and the different species. Now, again, I mentioned there's a shrub component to this. All the uplands, that's going to obviously enhance and help deer, elk, habitat and opportunities for them. Here's some of the examples of the planting of the shrubs. There'll be small shrubs, but again, this year it's going to be primarily the arc clearance, paying for that, and then also planting all of these seedlings so that they'll be prepared to be put into the ground, as you can see here, in the fall of 2024. So two aspects to the shrub component. Maybe the finances page, just to show you what we're anticipating there. The first two blocks there, again, are associated with the shrub aspects. The arc clearance, it's a lot of work to get these cleared and taken care of, and then the planting of the seeds. So roughly $65,000 along there. As we work our way down more into the riparian habitat work and restoration work that we'll be doing, we'll be using our heavy equipment crew, paying for them and their equipment, and then also a lot of rocks. Over the 4 phases now, we're getting a little more aggressive and putting a lot more of these grade controls, veins, root wads, things like that into the stream to really create the good pool habitat that we're after. If you continue on down to the very bottom, we're asking for roughly looks $40,000 from the Habitat Council. We've already presented this to the Watershed Restoration Initiative group, and you can see their contributions there. And there you can see the allocation between big game and sport fish. I think I mentioned multiple partners. But again, bottom line, we're really trying to create some better habitat for the fisheries, improve water quality, stabilize banks, as well as the uplands themselves, and joining along with the habitat section and trying to make some improvements up there. With that, I hope I've covered it enough. There's a whole lot more information in the images and the documents and what we're improving, the habitats, and I'm hoping that you as a Habitat Council will be able to review that a little bit more rather than me taking a whole lot more time. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have in regards to the project.
So maybe before we go to that, this is probably more informational for Blue Ribbon. As you can see, there wasn't a Blue Ribbon funding for this project. And so I apologize, this had gotten moved and was going to be in our afternoon session for Habitat Council, but it was good for you to see anyway. And so, yeah, if anybody has questions on this, let's hear those now, even from Blue Ribbon. So go ahead.
Mike, have you seen fish moving in? Clint on his, he had, a couple of pictures, fish almost immediately on the habitat. Have you seen the fish move in, the ones that are in the stream using these rock veins and stuff?
We have to some extent, and in this particular location where we're doing this work in 2023, we actually did some monitoring this last year to get some baseline, and we will go in immediately after doing this work and continue to monitor it for the next 3 to 5 years to see what kind of fish will come in this particular site. And so that is actually a part of the project. I don't think we create more fish when we do these kinds of projects. I think more than anything, we redistribute fish. But with this Diamond Fork, with other projects that we've done, we've seen upwards of 400 to almost 500% increase in both biomass and numbers of fish that will come into these different stream projects. But it's yet to be determined how much difference we will make on the Diamond Fork projects. The previous projects we've done, with the exception of last year was a little more aggressive with a lot more rock. It was much more of a soft approach. So I didn't really anticipate a lot of fish coming into those reaches. But with last year's work and this year's work, we absolutely expect to see more fish.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Mike, usually mitigation commission has to stake in what happens on Diamond's work. Are they investing in this at all?
You say the mitigation commission has a lot to do with these kinds of projects?
Usually they have some type of investment in Diamond work. They have a vested interest there. And that rest, are they involved with you guys at all?
Absolutely, yes. They'll be helping us with the NEPA portions of this project. In fact, there's another larger project just downstream from here. It's about $750,000 that they are bringing to the table to do more work for both fish as well as enhancing some Columbia spotted frog pond type habitat. And they're the ones that really initiated the plan that we are following that is prioritizing which sections of Diamond Fork we need to be working on. So very, very involved. I think that's what you are asking.
Yeah, I mean, we're asking for a chunk of money that's not unreasonable. Habitat here is not being driven on your list. Unless administratively you guys want to shift that around. But yeah, I just wanted to see that as well. And the partners here, I see that they're there. So thanks.
We can talk about this a little bit. They're not asking for the other money, but we can throw it.
Could I ask that everybody speak up so that I can hear them?
Yes. Thank you.
So I don't know if we got that really answered for you, Jordan, or not, but they are very involved, but financially on this site itself, there is not money involved. Last year, they put $30,000 towards the work that we did just upstream.
It's great. I've got it. Thanks, man.
Uh-huh.
Mike, this is Drew. I just want to compliment you on making some headway on Diamond Creek or Diamond Fork. That thing's been a sore spot for the Division of Wildlife and Anglers for a long time, and working with the Mitigation Commission on this plan, finally putting it on the ground is very meaningful. So thank you.
You bet. We're extremely excited. It's been a long time coming, as you say. And then I would just add, the reason we're presenting this for the blue ribbon as well is, Mickey, we wanted to make sure you knew that we were trying to ruin your fishery there in Diamond Fork, or should I say, help it out and adjust some of your pools that you like to fish.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike. Okay. So with that, a little bit early, but let's take a break for about 15 minutes. After the break, we'll hear projects from our Northeast region and our Salt Lake office. So take a break for 15 minutes.
I don't know how the hell it was. Full stream running.
So from a logistics standpoint, let's talk about, we only have 4 additional projects that are slated to be reviewed, looked at by both groups. So we're going to work through those. And then that'll probably be a fair amount of time before our lunch break at noon and before our lunch gets here. So what we'll do is at that point, we will send our Blue Ribbon crew over to another room just outside over here. It'll be a little cramped. We apologize for that. And then folks online for Blue Ribbon will have to jump on the separate link for that. And at that point, we'll move ahead with some Habitat Council projects until that 12 o'clock lunchtime. And then everybody can come back over here and have lunch and then continue on after that. However, you want to with Blue Ribbon. I'll head back to that other classroom. So Randy, anything else I need to mention on that?
I don't think so. I think that covers it. So yeah, Blue Ribbon, once we break out, not right now, we'll be on that second link that I emailed out earlier this week.
Okay. The second thing I'm going to mention really quick is that after a project is presented up there, there's a detachable microphone. And so for people who have questions, grab the microphone and use the microphone to ask that question. And maybe, we'll try to pass that around so that everybody can hear. Clint.
Your first few Habitat Council projects, Chris was going to present on the Fisheries. This is the first. You have time, you have schedule there, and I think he wasn't going to show until like 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so the Northern Region projects. Yeah, so I'm thinking 11:30, 11:45 for those.
Right.
Yes.
If we have to delay a little bit, we can probably do something, but
yeah,
he's busy, but yeah, let him know.
All right. Okay, so with that, we're going to move into some Northeast Region projects. Are we back online with YouTube? I'm not sure. Let's see, AV folks, are we back online with the stream?
We're ready to go.
Okay, thanks, Carmen. All right. Project number 6194, Starvation Spillway Screen. Trina, or is that you?
Yes, that's me. And if you go to Images Documents and then click on Documents, I put a presentation there for today.
All right. Remember to introduce yourself, and as soon as that comes up, you'll be ready to go.
Okay, I'm Trina Hedrick. I'm the Regional Aquatics Manager for the Northeastern Region. And once that's up, we'll just jump right in. This is a project that's been going on for years and years. This is just kind of an overhead view of the spillway and the spillway channel downstream from Starvation. You can see there's a red angled sort of structure. That's kind of just kind of a general overview of what the screen footprint will look like, the general location and what we're proposing. Go to the next slide, please. So like I said, this has been ongoing for a long time. So many of you are likely familiar with it. For those of you who are not, it's been going on, in terms of like starting the research since I think 1999 or 2000, when the crew here in the Northeastern Region looked at escapement of sport fish from Starvation Reservoir and determined that walleye were escaping from the spillway channel at a pretty high rate. And then they were able to take some walleye that were found in the Green River and determined that the isotopic signature from those walleye was very similar to Starvation. Honestly, they couldn't differentiate between Lake Powell and Starvation, but still, when you know that fish are escaping the reservoir, it seems like a pretty logical conclusion. So we're just trying to, with this screen, we're working with the recovery program and many other partners that I'll go over in a minute to limit escapement of walleye and smallmouth bass, especially from the spillway channel of Starvation down into the Duchesne River. The lower 2 miles of the Duchesne are critical habitat for pike minnow and razorback sucker. So we worked over many years to get a screen design going with our partners. That was 2016. We finally decided on one, worked with RB&G, I believe, on that initial design. And it was really expensive. And we all kind of thought that it didn't need to be that expensive. So we installed this temporary screen, just kind of just a picture of what we have. You can see they're just kind of fence panels. And then we've layered different size meshing with some larger cattle panels and then even smaller mesh over where we typically, to the height where we typically see flows. And you can even see how high the water typically gets with just the debris that's built up. This has worked fine. We've had to replace it once and repair it annually and maintain it annually, but it's worked fine. But we felt like we need to move forward with a more permanent structure that's, first of all, easier to clean. Second of all, requires less maintenance and, just less workload, I guess, year to year. So in 2021, we went through a value engineering process with all of our partners. So this included the recovery program, the Bureau of Reclamation, Central Utah Water Conservancy District, CUPCA, I believe, was involved, state parks. We literally spent an entire week on Microsoft Teams all together going through value engineering. I had no idea that it would be that long of a process, but it was. And we were all, it basically laid out all these different options and then went through the cost benefit of each. And we settled on a modular picket weir on a concrete pad in the spillway channel. And I say in the spillway channel versus actually in the reservoir across the spillway, which is what, we prefer, but BOR obviously for many reasons, I'm sure, did not want to see that. So modular picket weir, but we wanted it on a concrete pad. So just to make maintenance a lot easier so you don't have the vegetation growth. I have a picture in here showing the bulrush just encroaching on this temporary screen. We won't have that if we have it on a concrete pad. The Bureau of Reclamation is going to install that concrete pad with funding from the recovery program. So that's not really what we're needing to be worried about. We're literally, with this project, just talking about the screen itself. And this option was relatively inexpensive and had the least liability issues. So everyone was in agreement. Go to the next slide, please. So a modular picket weir, this picture is from, I believe it was from Oregon, something that Paul Badami found before he left and went to the recovery program. So you can just see there's just these just panels that are in the actual river channel, just propped at an angle. And this particular one in the picture, it's removable. Ours is sort of removable, but not really. It's not intended to be removed. These panels are going to be about 4 foot by 4 foot, basically. And like I said, installed on a 10 foot by 6 inch concrete foundation, just to make life a lot easier for us as we're cleaning it. It's going to be steel, so we'll have to hire a contractor to do the install, but it saves us a lot of money to go steel versus aluminum. That's why we don't tend to, initially we were thinking aluminum. So then Division of Wildlife could do the install. We could move it if we needed to another location. But in reviewing the options, like I said, it's going to be a lot cheaper if we go steel. And we don't really have any intention to move it. It needs to stay here to limit the escapement of fish from starvation where we know it's an issue. It is designed for flows up to 700 CFS, which we have not seen to date. I think the maximum has been a little over 600 CFS down that spillway channel. Granted, it's designed for like 14,000 CFS, but we haven't seen that. So just trying to, again, minimize the engineering, not over engineer it. That definitely adds cost. So if it ever does get above 700 CFS, first of all, we've designed it so that if it does overtop the screen, it's not going to be focused near the edges. So we shouldn't see erosion around the actual channel banks itself. But then it's also given enough warning and advance notice, we can remove it, like I said, we don't intend to, or lay it down. We just met with the engineers. I'm currently working on the design so that we can move forward in a timely fashion. But we just met with them and talked about, making sure that it's safe for if we do have to lay it down when there's, say, like 400 CFS in the channel already, so no one gets, so no one loses a finger, that kind of thing. So we do intend to be able to lay it down if we need to. Just that's going to be in, like I said, an unprecedented year at this point. We have never seen that 700 CFS to date. So go to the next slide, please. So the timeline, like I said, we're working with the engineers at this point. And I guess I'll point out, since I mentioned it, this is a picture of the temporary screen. You can see the bulrush that's just encroaching on it. And then this would happen if it were downstream as well. This is the temporary screen is upstream from where we want to put the more permanent screen, but we would still see bulrush encroaching on it without that concrete pad. Plus, it's just a little bit more stable. On this temporary screen, when you go to clean it, you're walking across like boulders and sinking in mud and stepping on rocks, and it's when you're short like I am, your waders are about to be overtopped. It's a little sketch. So that concrete pad's really going to help. So what we're looking at fiscal 24 is screen fabrication and delivery. So that's basically what we're asking for. And I'll get to the funding request here in the next slide. But we're also working towards being able to and do the install in time. So at the same time, we're working on permitting. So our Bureau of Reclamation partners are working on the categorical exclusion. Once I get that from them, I'll start on the nationwide 23 permit. We do need a little bit of funding to pay into the Ute Ladies Trust Mitigation Fund. And then, like I mentioned before, recovery program is paying for the concrete foundation, the force account, the OR force account. We need to get that on their schedule. They're very busy, but we've already talked with them about this. So we're hoping that it's on their schedule for summer 2024. We just need to confirm. We'll be doing that in the next month here when we talk to them about the final or the 30% screen design plans that we're working on. So that's what we're looking at for fiscal 24. In fiscal 25, screen installation. And then fiscal 26 onward, just continued monitoring and maintenance. The spillway channel typically has water, typically spills for, I guess there is no typical. It's anywhere from a couple of days to 2 months. In some years, it doesn't spill at all. So it's just going to be year to year, but we do have schedule, or we put it on the schedule just to make sure someone's going over there during the spill to check it out and make sure that things aren't getting backed up too much and clean that screen on a regular basis. Next. So our funding request, the 30% design, we had a cost estimate associated with that. And so they estimated $235,000, and that's for screen fabrication. That's hiring a contractor to do all the welding and then deliver it to the site. $580 for Ute Ladies Trust mitigation, and then final engineering and design is $45,000. So that is assistance from the engineers to take it from 30% to 100%, the screen that is, and then also help us work with purchasing and answering questions of the contractor. And then once we hire a contractor, the engineer also helping us to communicate with the contractor to make sure that we get exactly what we want from those plans. So the recovery program in-kind donation, I guess, would be, so far they've got about 100,000 slated, but I did talk with them just recently that we're just worried that it's going to be more than that. And they are okay. They are able to put more money towards that concrete foundation. I don't know exactly what he put for next year. I think it was maybe 150,000, but just with increasing costs. So that is on their radar that it's going to be a little bit more than what they slated. And then I just included in-kind for my contributions for just my time working through the details, about $5,000. And when I went to do the funding request, it is a blue ribbon water, starvation is. So I did put some towards blue ribbon and then split the difference, the remainder between Habitat Council and ESMF. Since it is a kind of sport fish issue, and it's also a native fish issue. Just hoping to be able to make it happen if we can, if we can split up the funding request. And that was all I put together. Are there any questions?
Big project.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting it done. Hint, hint.
Just to add to what Trina said, we have a really strong relationship with a lot of trust with the Fish and Wildlife Service in managing our sport fisheries in the Colorado River Basin, which is also home to a number of endangered fish. And the reason we have this trust with the Fish and Wildlife Service is we feel strongly about keeping our sport fish separate from endangered fish and impacting the recovery of those species. And this is part of that responsibility that we have.
If there's something on it, we can turn it off.
Being used to kill the fish that were, is in that. Is that control?
It is control.
Yeah.
But
Not spread downstream.
this is one of two screens that we feel obligated to use in the Colorado River Basin because of fish escapement. One we've taken care of, and that's Red Fleet Reservoir. This is the other one.
I just think about if these screens had been installed before, just as part of the reservoir, like including in Colorado, like we probably would not be removing the non-natives that we are removing. But best case scenario now, we have to go in and kind of mop up the mess because we are continually removing non-native predators from the Yampa, the Green River, the Colorado River, and even some of the tributaries like the Duchesne and White River now. So it would have been great to have this been a preventative measure 40 years ago, but this is what we have, I guess.
All right, any other questions on this one? It is a big project, and it looks like, well, at least when I was looking at it yesterday, it had both FY24 and FY25 funding on here, but this is all showing this FY24 money now, right?
I don't remember. What did I do?
Oh, it's okay. It looks correct now.
No, I think it's just 24. I can add 25, I guess. I just didn't want to get it confused, like the big sand wash recreation management.
No, leave it for FY24 stuff for now. But
Okay.
Any other questions on this?
Yeah, this is Benjamin, Sportfish.
Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess this question is both for and Natalie. Installing the fish trap or the fish screen, right, to prevent fish from escaping, is that going to help you stock maybe other prey species into starvation to help in the future? Does that make sense? I know there was some red-sided shiners or something. Was there any talk of that?
So this is completely separate from any forage fish efforts. Basically, these are fish that go over the spillway and are lost to starvation. So I guess in a way, having fish is leaving the walleye leaving the reservoir helps reduce the number of mouths, but it is what it is, right? The number of fish escaping it's not going to change. So it really doesn't affect any of the other management actions that we do, say through like the management team activities.
Well, I just thought, one of the hurdles of stocking fish into starvation was the Colorado drainage. And so they didn't want any of those species to get into that river. But anyway, so I was just curious if doing a big project like that would help them feel better about stocking other prey species. But
I don't think there's worried about, I don't know that there's worried about prey species, especially the ones that we have on the list, but it does help them, I guess, when we say, there is a screen downstream, right? So the Red Fleet screen is why we're able to stock wipers and Sarah walleye into Red Fleet. So it is definitely an added bonus, but they still have this white list that we select from. That won't change.
All right, that helps. Thank you. No.
All right, any other questions on this one? Okay, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. Okay, next project from our Northeast region, 6652 Duchesne Riverbank stabilization and repairing improvements. Who's got that one?
That would be me. So my name is Brian Ingward. I'm a regional aquatics biologist here in the Northeast region. Most of my responsibilities revolve around cutthroat restoration projects and stream habitat and stream fish management. So let's go to the map first, if you wouldn't mind, Daniel. If that is Daniel moving the screen. Let's see. I'm waiting for my own computer to get there too. Somehow I left my own project. So this project is on the Upper Duchesne River. Let me page back. It's right adjacent to the town of Hannah. If most of you guys know where Hannah is, this project site is right on the bottom of the Central Utah Project fishing access easement area, which is a good about 10-mile section that through mostly private land that people have fishing rights and access to. There's about 5 different access points that anglers can park and fish. It's one of our more popular stream fisheries anywhere in the state. Yeah, if we could zoom in a little more, that'd be awesome. It's pretty much just an hour and a half drive for virtually anybody in the Wasatch Front. So you get a lot of fishing pressure out here. It's not uncommon to see every one of these fishing access points packed with people when you start getting into July and August, anytime post runoff. But anyway, this is a private land section. We were approached by this landowner on the left with most of that agricultural field you can see. One other thing to point before we move the map too far is that you can see a little parking lot on the north side of the map. With looks like you can kind of see the kiosk there. That big one is a private part. Yep, right there. That little parking lot is that's our bottom end angling access point. So I just want to point out that this little area definitely receives more than a fair share of anglers. Could we scroll down the map just a little bit? So anyway, most of this project involves, it's only about a 400-foot section of stream corridor. On the bottom end, you can see a pretty good amount of riprap that was done as part of the EWP project done in 2011, 2012. And anyway, the reason the landowner approached us with this project was because he's got further erosion occurring just upstream of that riprap you can see on the bottom end of the map. And so this is we took this as our opportunity with DWR to kind of insert ourselves in an innovative and positive way into the Duchesne River. We've had a history over the last 15, 20 years of very large bank armoring projects. That's generally not very good for our fish populations, and even it's not as much fun to fish riprap as, say, if we can come up with a more innovative approach. So we came up and scouted this project proposal site area out last fall and decided we would throw in a project. What this really is going to mean is about 70 foot of towwood structure. For those of you that don't know what a towwood structure is, it's basically a soft way of armoring the bank with root wads. It redirects stream energy down and vertically rather than horizontally. Generally, when you get bank armoring projects, they just ping pong the water energy, whereas a towwood structure can dissipate that energy while doing positive things for you, like scouring holes out. As Mike Slater was kind of talking about earlier, this whole section of stream is rather featureless area for about the bottom 2 miles of the CUP access. It's essentially one large riffle without any hiding cover, without any standing cover. It's really a disappointing section. So any improvements we can make to the habitat would be awesome. So that's where we kind of came at this with was, yeah, it'd be good to go through the pictures. So this is you can see the upper end of the riprap, and then this is kind of a failed, poorly built J-hook structure, it looked like. This is essentially the bottom end of the project. You can see the stream bank on the left is eroding. There's a intake canal just to the left of that berm. You can kind of see between the stream channel and that mature cottonwood on the left. This private landowner is worried about losing his canal, and rightfully so. I have to say, with the amount of snowpack I'm seeing up there, I'm slightly getting more worried too. There's plenty of water up there this year. So anyway, we're coming up with a design. We have a design in place to place 2 J-hook structures that are supportive of the towwood structure. And then we're going to be putting 3 cross veins in to really redirect that water energy while providing pocket habitat. And if you remember back to Mike Slater's presentation, there was a couple of cross vein structures there as well. It'll be a larger scale of that. Other than this is only about a 400-foot project. Let's go to finance, if you could, please. So overall, we're asking for about $50,000. Most of it's going into equipment rental and heavy equipment crew to come and do this project. I expect it'll take about 3 to 4 weeks. A lot of the materials, I probably don't have a great estimate at the moment on in kind for materials, but I'm expecting to be able to find boulders and root wads locally. I asked for 50-50 split for now for Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon. This is a high-profile blue ribbon fishery. Unfortunately, I don't have any conservation species in this area. It's all brown trout. But anyway, that's how I defined the allocation, was just a 50-50 split. Sportfish Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon. And yeah, overall, I really think that almost anything we can do would greatly improve the fishing. It may congregate fish, but if more of these projects take place, I also think that we can have a positive impact on carrying capacity. It's not uncommon to, I think 2 years ago, I hooked onto this like 26-inch beast of a brown. I suspect that with a good towwood structure, we could attract a couple of them into this area. Overall, I'm pretty excited about this opportunity to actually work with a private landowner and develop a project that we can use as a blueprint moving forward across the whole Duchesne. For those of you that were on the councils last year, we also funded a project for this current fiscal year on Young Living Ranch property. And it's, for the most part, it's very similar to that project. I'm doing more rock structures than what Mike Fiorelli is, and that project's about 10 river miles downstream of this or so. This has the added benefit of more trout and public access. With that, any questions or feedback?
Yeah, did you land that 26-inch beast of a brown, or are you just making that up?
He schooled me on a stump. I lost basically my entire leader on that guy, and I was crying. There was some profanities involved, yeah.
Well, of course there were with you. I wouldn't. What are the opportunities right there adjacent to expand this?
There's a lot of other. What's that?
Yeah, I mean, like future phases, not just with this project, but future phases.
Well, we don't have anything current in mind, but we're hopeful, given the small community status of Hannah, that we can get some just direct landowner to landowner contacts. Like this guy's probably about 90 years old, knows literally everybody or related about everybody in Hannah. So we're pretty hopeful that just word of mouth spreading, we can really get in there and insert ourselves. And then as we see stream alteration permits come up, because I keep a watchful eye on everyone that comes up on the Duchesne, usually insert ourselves in a way to suggest alternative methods. But if we actually have a blueprint on site to say this was a successful method, that'll go a lot farther. There's a lot of riprap in various sections of upstream of this, between this and the Forest Service boundary. So I don't really dream of rehabilitating those armored sections, but I'm aware there's a lot more opportunity for them to do more bank work throughout the entire area.
Thanks. All right, any other questions on this one?
Just a comment. If this guy's 90 years old, you better hurry up.
Yeah, he's forgotten that he's given us house tours twice now. But he's very adamant. He checks in every couple weeks to see if how we're moving on, progressing on this whole project.
All right.
Actually, his joke when we showed up was because they were having their medications delivered by somebody, and he said, "Us old people don't eat food anymore. We just eat pills."
It happens. Question? Other questions? All right. Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
We're going to move on to the next one. Maybe you have that one too. Number 6665, Lake Fork rotenone treatment. Go ahead.
Okay. I guess with this one, let's just go to the map for this one too first. So this is actually a second year of this project. I believe Mike Fiorelli proposed this project to these councils last year. And as you can see, there's a good 20 miles or so of stream corridor affected by this project. In a nutshell, this project isn't for the actual route known side of it. So yeah, I'll just give you a background of where we're at here. This is Oweep Creek, the Oweep drainage. It's in the far upper reaches of the Lake Fork. We ended up choosing to do a rotenone treatment on this particular area. We needed adequate representation of native cutthroat in the wilderness area, the Uintas, really to kind of just move forward towards wrapping up cutthroat restoration in Utah. That these are some of the last projects we're deeming as a section needing to be done in order to kind of consider ourselves done for cutthroat restoration. We've definitely been pedal to the metal on other rotenone projects where we're treating, in my region alone, 50, 60 miles a year of stream. Anyway, this is about a 20-mile section of stream corridor you can see highlighted in the yellow. It's got one lake, Porcupine Lake. We treated it all last year. It was a successful project. Unfortunately, I was down in that hole at the bottom end. You can't really see out of the canyon. Most of the treatment crew got to be on the top of the treatment area. Anyway, in order for this to really pull off this type of project that's 20, 25 miles deep into the wilderness, we originally thought that horse hire and outfitting would be kind of the only way to really pull this off. Some of us in the agency have some horse experience, but when it comes to trucking 14 people plus back into a treatment zone, and pulling off the treatment with our staff, that's kind of a little bit beyond what we can do with the limited staff we have on hand. So last year we were funded through a different mechanism, through WAP money, I think. I don't think it was ESMF, but anyway, we were funded to do it. We pulled it off. The outfitter was a tremendous asset to getting that project done. It actually allowed us to do the treatment rather than worry about logistics like horses or camp preparation, and we also had it as part of just the outfitter would cook the food. That's really what this project's about, is getting that outfitter in there on a year or two. We've already committed to a contract, so one way or another, we're going to have to find money to pay it. I think this is some of the pictures that we took during the treatment. Yeah, we had to drop potassium permanganate barrels down about a 200-foot cliff and then shuttle them across the river. Next. So that's the Lake Fork River. That's us setting up our neutralization station. And as you can see, Drew Cushing and I share the same barber. He'll remind me that once in a while. That's the part of the outfitter pack train. This is us coming over Porcupine Pass. It's our part of our treatment crew last year. That's kind of on the lower end of the treatment zone. That was us staging up our ponies and gear. But yeah, anyway, it's a impressive project that we were able to pull off last year. Pretty proud to be part of that crew that did it, to be pulling off a treatment and a restoration effort that deep in the wilderness without mechanized equipment like helicopters and such. I should mention that we originally tried to get this as a helicopter type of treatment where a helicopter would bring us in and drop us off, but it ended up being a no-go from the forest. And I just split it up the way we proposed it in fiscal 23 with just a 50-50 split. In a way, we're not really improving the habitat other than renovating it for the native fish species. And then blue ribbon, this is a blue ribbon fishery area, it being in the Uintas.
All right, any questions on this project? It's a quiet crowd. We can talk about Drew and Brian's barber or something, I don't know.
Drew started this. I didn't start this.
Just so you know, we have about 7 years left of root node treatments, and this one is the biggest. This is the most important one that we have up there. And we can't get in there without horses. We've tried other avenues through the Forest Service, and they've just been completely unwilling to move on anything but horses.
Your supply of rotenone is going to hold up? This?
We have a contract to buy all of the rotenone that I know of in this world. So
We've got what we need to finish this project. Future projects might be a problem, but we'll.
I've got a pretty good stockpile here in the Northeast region to at least get calendar 23 and probably calendar 24 right behind us. But looking forward beyond that into 2025 and beyond, we are hopeful that we can find a source.
All right. Drew, maybe tell us what the rotenone situation is.
I'll hit it quick.
Randy?
More or less, we've got powdered rotenone we use, and we got liquid rotenone. I don't know the full story, but for the liquid rotenone, the manufacturer of it went out of business, and that has limited our supply. So I think there's international sources for it. Our contractor that we purchased it through doesn't have access to those international sources yet. So we're basically trying to buy out what's left of the remaining stock from the in-country manufacturer. And then we're hoping that beginning a couple of years from now, we'll be able to tap into those international markets and get other sources of rotenone.
Mike Slater says online he's working on some sources for rotenone through Central Life Sciences. So, okay. Thanks, Mike.
Randy, so this is a chemical synthesis to get rotenone. It's not an extract, or is it an extract?
It's some kind of derivation from the root of some legume is what it is. And somehow they're taking that and turning it into a liquid form. I don't know the chemistry behind what they're doing, but again, there's only one manufacturer of the liquid form here in the country, and they're going out.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thanks, Brian. Okay, our last project together here is the Salt Lake Office project, number 6505 FY24 stream restoration training.
Okay, so I'm controversial this month. So my name is Randy Ocklinger. I'm _division coordinator of International Wildlife Resources. And this project's pretty straightforward. You just go straight to the finance for it. We're asking for $30,000. That's split at 50-50, so 15,000 to Blue Ribbon, 15,000 to Habitat Council. And what this money is for is every year we send 4 to 6 of our biologists out to get basically rest our training on various stream restoration practices that are used. These are things that are traditionally taught college kind of setting, but there's external courses that our biologists take to get them, knowledgeable of the methodology that can be used. So what we're trying to do is target very natural methods for storing our streams to promote good fish habitat. You've seen some of the projects like Brian just talked about, the Shane River, Max Slater earlier, Port. A lot of the techniques they're talking about for these classes. So we use Ralston methodology, so that refers to the guy. Basically put the program together. There's 3 levels of classes. So we try to get our biologists through those 3 levels. Each class lasts maybe 5 or 10 days. They kind of have a mixture of like in-field portions, classroom portions, classes. And for the most part, classes are taught here in the state. So it's not places. So what this money does is it sends those 4 to 6 biologists every year to these classes at various parts of the country. So registration, you get $2,000 registration class, registration fee, and then we're paying any expenses for those biologists to go to these classes. So that's basically what the request is here. This is kind of the continuing line items. It's not the first year we propose this standing rate every year, just to keep our biologists kind of going through that pipeline and getting that training so they're able to be productive too on the stuff that we talked about earlier. I'm happy to take any questions from council on that. Yeah, Rich.
What is the term restricted under Blue Ribbon funds?
What the restricted refers to is it's kind of an internal, term for basically the source of the money. So restricted basically means the license sales is where the money comes from. All Blue Ribbon funding is restricted technically. So it's a portion of license sales that are set aside.
Yeah, so it's a state finance term. Restricted money, you have to have a special request to the legislature to use those monies, which are licensed dollars, whether it's for fishing licenses or hunting tags, is a restricted account. And so that's what it's referring to.
So does the state legislature approve those funds?
This came from the Blue Ribbon executive. This goes back to 2003, 2004, where at that time, the third executive board and some legislative actions. So it's kind of a standing thing, I guess.
I understand the upfront part of the restriction, but secondary part is incurred dollars for fiscal year 24. Doesn't the legislature have to approve it?
We've been approved to use that money, that $450,000. So that's where that comes from. So the legislature didn't have to approve this project, which say a budget for $1,000. So you'll see for every Blue Ribbon project that goes up to this page, it's supposed to restrict it. But again, the money source for that.
So the answer is yes. From a holistic standpoint, we're approved to spend all these funds. One small piece of it is Blue Ribbon money, and there's Habitat Council money, which are all coming from that restricted account, and that's all it's referring to.
I just didn't see the restricted on the Habitat Council account anywhere. So thank you for answering that.
Yeah, anything else on this one?
All right. Okay, well, thanks, everybody. So I think what we're going to do at this point is we're going to separate until it's lunchtime, and the Blue Ribbon folks are going to go with Randy and probably work for the next half an hour, 45 minutes before lunch, because I don't think lunch is here yet. So and for Habitat Council, we'll move ahead with some more of our Habitat Council projects. Looks like our Northern Region staff, Chris Penny's here to present those. And so, yeah, so let's split up, and then we'll get back together for lunch here in an hour, 45 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Those online who want to switch over to the blue ribbon.
Yeah, I sent a link out to Blue Ribbon earlier this week for those to do it.
Yeah.
I know Natalie and Brian.
There'll be a separate link for the continuing blue ribbon meeting. They'll probably be every 10 minutes to get set up on that.
Yeah, let's get down to business.
We gotta go back and vote on all those. Make motion. That's small. Unless there's discussion, and I'll second it.
For the life of me, I can't remember what we did last year.
I don't either. I don't remember that part.
You have to ask. Eric? We go back and vote on those projects, or is it how you will?
Someone's on their laptop and they're struggling to connect.
Brian, Natalie, thank you. Welcome. We have our public record recorders going and this meeting is being transcribed. So we're good to go as soon as you're ready to reconvene.
exact same setup as last year, where we just walked over that classroom.
Oh,
which
yeah, that
fits,
was nice.
You know, a bunch of people, we would be very comfortable in that room, but yeah, so that's what happened. I had no idea until like literally the meeting started. Eric came over, like, we got a scheduling problem. I was like, great.
So late, I see you're seeing us during it. Can you talk to us?
We can see you and hear you. Recorders are running and we are live on YouTube. So whenever you're ready to begin, controls are yours.
We're good? Okay, I'm going to change up the agenda just a little bit. What I want to do is I got Northeast Region on. They've got 3 projects at the very end. Let them run through their projects. And really the reason I'm switching up the order is if you look at the schedule of projects that we've got and the schedule of projects that Habitat Council has, these same people, if I run the agenda, how we have it, we're going to have to present in 2 places at the same time. So I'm trying to free them up so I don't have to worry about that. So I'm going to skip down to, looks like project 6502, which is Blue Ribbon Fisheries Technician. And it's either between Natalie or Brian, which one of those two is presenting. And I guess we're not on the screen, which is fine. So I guess the 2 of you, as you run through this, maybe just explain particularly your budget details, outline. Are there any pictures that any of you want to show? I'll see if I can figure out how to present if there's anything.
I have a PowerPoint with both of mine. It's just a PDF.
Does that have a cord coming down? Is that just the power cord? Just power? That's not helpful. Okay.
Yeah, no pictures, Natalie, so talk louder.
Yeah, I guess I could flip my computer around, I guess, and you guys could try to see it, but
that would work.
Okay, sorry. I'll try to explain my pictures. How about that? Okay, so project 6502. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first picture, this is a Blue Ribbon Fisheries Tech 2 for the region. We've had this before in the past. This is kind of a more specialized person for our region. The picture that I have up is of our last Blue Ribbon Tech. His name is Ben Vasquez. He's currently getting his master's degree in Illinois, working on Asian carp. He was awesome. He provided us a technician with a just additional skill level beyond our Tech 1 positions that we are able to use to help supervise, but also do some of this extra lab work, diet studies, aging growth. All of these little extra things when we have projects come up are extremely time consuming. Can you guys hear me all right, Randy?
yeah, we can totally hear you. We're very loud in here. So.
Okay.
Our room's about the size of your back of your pickup, Natalie.
Oh,
Literally.
perfect.
I don't know if you can see it, but we're all crammed in here.
I see a lot of shoulder to shoulder going on there. So, okay, so I'll just run through the Northeastern region. Fisheries biologists have several large-scale projects coming up in fiscal year 24 that involve blue ribbon fisheries specifically. So starvation reservoir. For the next 1 to 3 years, we're going to be working on in-lake habitat installations, which are very time consuming to get going. We have a lot of help on build days and installation days, but monitoring and getting these going is time consuming. And then our annual forage nettings and twin netting surveys. Pelican Lake is another one. I know it's not back on that blue ribbon list yet, but we want it to be. We are having, we need some additional data on bluegill diets. We need to figure out if we have small individuals going into spawn right now, and we need to collect fish for age and growth work, all while doing carp suppression at the same time. So there's just several big projects coming up. We have what Brian just talked about, the wilderness rotenone treatments, where we always need good extra hands. High lakes work, reservoir samplings. I just talked about lab work and diet, lab and diet and age structures. And you guys have been around us long enough to know that we are always busy here in the Northeast region. There are multiple projects going on that are high scale projects, and we just never seem to have quite enough help. Every couple of years, we'll go back to this blue ribbon technician request because we do have an increased workload that we can't handle with just our Tech 1s. And That's going to be, so we'll work between Brian and my program for this person, but it really is intended to be one 9-month tech position that's an advanced technician, not a beginner. This person comes in with a skill set that, you know, they can jump in ready to go. They have some analysis and data work in their background. So we're looking for a specialized person, and it seems to work out that when we do hire these technicians, they go on and do great things. We've had a couple of them, and they're now in their master's program, and I think some of them are even full-time biologists now. So the budget for this is $26,700. This is 38 weeks of tech time or 9 months. So the expected tech salary, and you guys may or may not know, but our technicians got a $2 an hour raise this past year, which is great, but it's also hard for our regional budgets to come up with that money at the moment. We're working on it, but the obligation after we go through employee expenses is $17.45 an hour that we're paying this technician for those 9 months. The regional budget typically pays for current expense and the truck mileage, and then regional biologist, myself or Brian, and we work together and train and supervise this technician. So all mine are going to be like this, short and sweet. If you have any questions, I'm done, and now is the time.
Awesome. Thank you, Natalie. And the good news, we got our TV working, so we could see our presentation.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Natalie, once you hire this person for 9 months, what are they going to do the other 3 months of the year? And looking at it from another perspective, is it going to be hard to find somebody for only 9 months as opposed to a full year?
It absolutely is. And it's difficult too, because a fiscal year starts in July. So the time that we hired this last person, you either have to break it up into 2 seasons, or you have to arrange for this person to start July 1st, do some data collection, help you with all the July through basically November fieldwork projects. And then they end up going in the lab during the winter, and they help with all the analysis, some of the report writing. And then on June 30th, they're done, and that person moves on to a new position. I would love to have a full-time tech position, but to do that, it pretty much doubles this budget because you have to pay for health insurance and benefits. So I've looked into that many times, but right now this is the way that we've been able to fund some of these projects. Like I said, I would love to have a full-time technician somewhere in the state, but it's about $70,000, I believe, to have a full year-round technician on staff.
Natalie, how often do you ask for this for a tech too?
I think we've asked for it twice, maybe 3 times in the last 5 years. We try to do our best with using our technician time within the region, but sometimes we just need more help.
So I'm gonna combine this comment with, and this isn't directed at you, Natalie. This is just a generalized comment for some of the projects that we get asked for on a regular basis. I'm gonna combine this comment with your internship proposal that you're gonna do, what you do every year. These need to be programmed into a programmatic budget. If we are consistently asking for more help, then either you don't have enough budget in your program and enough FTEs allocated to you, or we're over programming a work plan. And so there's a systemic issue that needs to be solved here, rather than consistently coming for the same technician every year or the same interns every year.
Yeah, and this is something we've been working on internally. I know Northeast Region, they've been working on, I don't know if they have a proposal this year, but they've been trying to get permanent funding to cover some tech needs. This ties into a project that I'm going to present, but the Southern Region Blue Ribbon Biologist, that's a continual ask. That's one that we're actually going to try over the next year, work on the director's office to get that permanently funded, so we're not picking that up every year. So there's a push, but we're not there yet.
So I have a different opinion on that one because of the history of the way Blue Ribbon funding was created, it was supposed to fund 2 biologists in the state. Yeah, 2 full-time biologists. So that, I don't think that we should have to ask for that every year in a proposal. I understand the process, but when we're coming to ask for non-permanent positions, consistent out of the same fund, I think it presents a systemic issue. Yeah. Yes, there is.
But everybody keeps referring to the director, who apparently is a phantom person, because I've gone online many different times in many different directions. I don't know who the name of the director is.
Justin Shirley is his name.
And is it the director of the Fish and Game Department, the Natural Resources, or the Natural Wildlife? It's very, very confusing.
Yeah, so when we talk about the director's office, we're talking about the Division of Wildlife Resources director. And then below him, there's 3 other people who are kind of assistant directors. So we're kind of talking collectively about that group of people. So our structures, we got the director and then some assistant directors, and then we've got kind of different programs across the state. So the aquatics programs, you know, the one we're plugging with the fisheries, but then there's a habitat program, which a lot of those habitat council people are with. There's a separate wildlife program. We've got an outreach program. So when like Faith is here, she's from that program. And then we have an administrative services program that basically covers, you know, the money end of things and license sales, things like that. So that's kind of our structure. And then from there it feeds down to, you know, other staff.
And there is a DNR director over all the divisions.
So is there a flow chart of all the different divisions and who reports to who? And reports to the governor?
The director reports then to the Department of Natural Resources director, who then reports to the governor.
Okay.
So the Department of Natural Resources is split into a bunch of divisions. So wildlife's one of them. I don't know if I can name all of them, but there's oil, gas, and mining. There's forestry one. There's state parks.
Water rights.
Water rights.
So you can see why I'm confused.
Yeah.
Jordan, can we go? I've been on the council for quite a while. I didn't know that we were 2 biologists, and because that was one of my questions this year.
I was one of those for 4.5 years of my career. That's why.
So that's why you know why. But I this year it just seems like we have a lot of requests for funds that aren't boats and nets and putting, you know, beaver dam analogs wherever we can put them to get more fish in the water and stuff. And it's not that I'm against the technicians. They help with all of that, but this just seemed like a year that we're like, folks,
well,
how do we?
One of them we got fully funded. That's why we only hear one every year come up.
Okay. Yeah. So originally in 2005, it was 2.
It was 2, and then it became 1 when basically the division absorbed the funding for one of the positions. So we're working on getting another one absorbed. I think part of the reasons we're talking about a lot of these requests this year. I actually don't think we have any more of these requests than we usually have. We've got fewer other projects this year, so it feels like it.
Yeah, so the percentage is up this year. It's not that there's more of them, it's just less of the other. I
think let's do this. What I'd like to do is get 2 more projects out of the way before lunch. We could talk about this more if we would like to, but I'd like to get Northeastern Region before lunch off the hook so they can focus on presenting their projects to Habitat Council in the afternoon. So I don't know. I guess the next project is the internship. So it's another kind of staffing one. So this is 6657. And is this going to be you, Brian? Or
it will be. I actually don't have any Habitat Council projects that exclusively HC. If you got any more projects for Natalie, maybe allow her to go.
Okay. Do you want to finish yours up? Natalie just got 1. So
who's doing the mill for?
I think it's Natalie, I believe.
Yeah, that one's mine. I can finish that up real quick. Do you want to pull up that PowerPoint?
Yeah, so let's do 6751, which is the last one. And then if we got time, we'll go to the internship one. I'll pull up your PowerPoint right now, Natalie.
Okay. We'll get to it also.
Okay, I got it up here, Natalie, for everyone here.
Okay. So just some background on, this is a project at Lower Stillwater Ponds. This is something that kind of morphed as of last year. really simple. We have an overabundance of northern milfoil, which has begun taking over one of the ponds at Lower Stillwater. It's called Pier Pond, and it's the very first one that you see there in the picture. Just so you guys know, that is also the once problematic Pelican Lake fishing pier that has now been relocated to Pier Pond, and it is happy. It doesn't require hardly any maintenance, and we are happy to have that there and functioning, and I see great use out of that thing. So the pond, as of last summer, had approximately 75% coverage of northern milfoil, which made it almost impossible to fish from both piers that are sitting there. This is something that has been present, and I don't know why it has taken off so much in the last couple years, but this is only a 3-acre pond. This is an easy treatment to get rid and knock back this northern milfoil and create wide open fishing habitat in this pond again. This is our family-oriented pond at Lower Stillwater. We stock more rainbows here than any of the other ponds and bigger size rainbows. So we have a higher catch rate in that pond generally. Just in general, it's important to keep these places functioning. So go down to that next slide. The objective is to use Procelicor. This is the same product we used over in our salvage ponds up above Pelican Lake that Richard Gibbs has been doing his master's project on. He saw great success in those smaller ponds. We're hoping to duplicate that. We want to do a treatment that's spaced. So we got to break it into 2 parts. You're not supposed to do a whole pond in one setting. You're supposed to do half and then the next half. So it'd be spaced out a couple weeks apart. And then we want to monitor this from the time of the treatment through the next 5 years, just to make sure that it's successful and see how long it lasts. That's one of the questions we have, is how long will these treatments last? Now, this one's fairly inexpensive. The budget I'll show you in just a second. But we're working with Ron Brunson at the Forest Service. He's getting approval for this treatment right now. It is already approved through an existing EA on the forest. So that was great news. We'll work between Richard Gibbs, myself, and Ron to get this project implemented. And the funding amount, like I said, it's not very much. The total project cost is $4,500 to treat this pond. And we do have to set up a canoe or a float boat to be able to put this down. We can't launch a regular size waterman boat on that water body. So that's the project. Any questions?
Natalie, this is Rex. What kind of you said you had success on the holding pond? What kind of success did you have? And because you've got 2 years data on that pond, or is it 3 now?
It'd be going into the second spring this year. Yeah, those are 19-acre ponds, and the first pond had 99.9% success on killing northern and Eurasian milfoil. The second pond had about 98% success, and they had to go back and do a little bit of a retreatment there because that airboat didn't get all the way into the bulrush stands that were present at the time. So pretty dang good success with that treatment so far.
And you're pretty confident on this one then, with it only being 3 acres?
Yep.
Okay.
Natalie Rich Labrovich. Does it kill fish? Does it kill aquatic invertebrates?
It does not. It is very specific to Eurasian and northern milfoil strains, and they're hybrid.
And is there any chance that it's going to spread to any of the other lakes in the lower Stillwater area?
Absolutely. And the reason why is because the way that anglers use those ponds. So milfoils can be spread just by a fragment. If it gets on your boot, your wader boots, we have a lot of fly anglers there. We also have a little bit of milfoil in the south pond right now. That's one of the more shallow ponds of the complex. We're keeping an eye on that, but we're hopeful that we can do these spot treatments for low cost and get rid of most all of it in the complex itself. But like all projects, We have to start somewhere, and this has been our most problematic pond in the complex to date.
So I just have a comment that northern milfoil is our native milfoil here in Utah. Like it's typically not a problem, but overgrowth in a pond like this, it's just limiting angler access in one of our blue ribbon fisheries. So I think this is a good thing, but just as a note, like this isn't an invasive species. It's just, so if it gets in the other ponds, it's a native.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thanks, Jordan.
Any other questions for Natalie?
I have one. I mean, does the elimination of the milfoil change the population of the fish? In other words, do they become more subject to predation?
This pond being our family-oriented rainbow stocked pond, I mean, this one's solely based on, it doesn't get much natural reproduction. This is just an open water opportunity for angling and relatively easy angling compared to all the other pond complexes. I need to tell you guys that I did finish the lower Stillwater krill report. There's just Garn that has to go through it and provide comments, and I need to present that to you guys when I get an opportunity. But it's pretty interesting. 25% of all anglers in the krill survey specified they used the pier pond, and they were mostly those family style fishing opportunities. Our more advanced anglers use Hourglass Pond and South Pond, and those are the ponds that hold our biggest browns, our biggest brook trout, and have natural reproduction occurring in them. So in other pond situations, yeah, if you eliminate an entire pond worth of northern milfoil and there's no other vegetation present, you could probably cause more damage than good. But in this particular instance, we need open water. We need those rainbows to be able to be easily caught, and we need to get some of this milfoil out of the way for our anglers.
So the answer is yes, it increases predation, but it's by humans.
Yes.
It's basically a foot and take fishery, right?
Yeah, on the pier pond, yeah.
So why in the blue ribbon?
Well, it's the whole pond.
Okay, anything else for Natalie?
Go sit in the corner.
Okay, thank you, Natalie. Now we'll jump backwards to 6657. So that's Brian's intern project.
Okay, so this project has changed quite a bit. Our internship before operated, so we've been operating this internship since 2005, give or take. It kind of started in 2001, but developed into its current form in 2005. It changed a lot in this last year due to some HR issues that came up. Basically, we were having interns come on under a volunteer status, paying them about $50 a day as like a stipend, basically a reimbursement of living expenses. And our HR decided that that was living in a gray area regarding laws and such, especially when you're talking about internship credit at universities. So they really steered our program towards paying an hourly wage towards interns. And that's why if you ended up going to the finance page, while we're asking instead of 5,000 for the year, we're up into 30 something, no, 20 something range. 30 would be including what the Forest Service contributes, which is about 15,000 to the program. And they've expressed the desire to keep that agreement going in perpetuity. I definitely don't want to see this program evolve to where the Forest Service is just simply subsidizing our intern program completely. Anyway, this is kind of our first stab at trying to make this program whole, though. So anyway, we similar to the fisheries technician position that Natalie talked about. This is generally like an internship is usually the first experience that most of these college kids have while they're doing their degrees. This year, I've got kids coming from Stevens Point and another from Pennsylvania to work for us for about 3 or 4 months. and they're getting an hourly wage, and they do get housing and such. But yeah, we see these interns develop. Unfortunately, I have not had one return to our agency permanently. I've had them go to Fish and Wildlife Service now locally, Forest Service in other states and other state fish and wildlife management agencies, but I sure would like to see one come back to Utah.
Like a foreign investment. They're not.
And yeah, I got some pictures in there if you wouldn't mind scrolling through those, Randy. That's just some field work that our internship is vital towards getting some of our projects complete, whether that's tree planting down the book list. I am proud. I would not want to show that pinion picture to the Habitat Council because I'm probably the only one that has ever used WRI money to plant a pinion instead of cut it down. Yeah, we do habitat projects with our interns. We do keep scrolling. This is a brood stock collection and spawning propagation project based on the interns that was just last season. That's at Lake Canyon, more Lake Canyon fish spawning. So our interns are a vital part of getting our work done. The issue is brought up about labor, and yeah, these projects are very labor intensive in aquatics. Whether you're collecting brood or doing fisheries surveys and assessments, it's a lot of labor. And frankly, looking back, like some of our labor deficit, that's actually a video. I wonder if that would play. That's us hoisting down the permanganate barrels off the cliff in Lake Canyon or Lake Fork. Anyway, so some of this root problem developed before Natalie and I started, where say our predecessors weren't quite as ambitious, didn't get as many projects done, if I'm being frank. And so our technician funds really laid by the wayside for quite a long time and languished during those years when our workloads were not that impressive. And to be frank, Natalie and I kind of took the bull by the horns when we started a decade ago and really developed our program. And just like everything government, it takes a while for funding and everything else to catch up to where we're at. When we initially developed these proposals to put into Blue Ribbon for technician money, some of it was seen as like a one-time opportunity, like the starvation bioenergetics proposal for that Tech 2 a few years ago. That was a one-time need, but some of this is also just a recurring need that our allocation by the director's office is not sufficient for. And so yeah, that's kind of the history. Is we're just kind of backlogging and we're slowly clawing some internal technician money. A couple years ago, we were able to get some additional money, and that's why we didn't propose that Tech 2 position last year. It was because we had some additional money, but like everything, our budgets are stagnant and wages keep increasing, so we're struggling a little on that.
Okay. Any questions for Brian?
Is the intern used specific for Blue Ribbon Waters or planting trees on the book list? How does that work?
Someday we might talk about putting Willow Creek on the Blue Ribbon list. It definitely would warrant it, other than it's very hard to access. Anyway, if I had to take a good stab at Blue Ribbon water allocation versus non, they would be spending about 70% of their time on Blue Ribbon waters. It's not exclusive, but when you consider most of my waters are Blue Ribbon, whether it's Lake Canyon or the high Uintas waters that are in the Blue Ribbon area, to the like the Duchesne River, the Strawberry River, Current Creek, all those, they probably do spend about 70% of their time on Blue Ribbon listed waters.
Just to get to Dave's question a little, there's funding from other sources going into this. Blue Ribbon's a big pot of money, but there's some external sources. So that allows, some use beyond Blue Ribbon, I guess, for these.
What percentage is Blue Ribbon part of the source?
Well, looking at it, Brian, you could tell me how the costs break down, but the grand total is 51.5.
terms of the cost for this project, but Blue Ribbon's providing 20,000. So what's that, like 40-ish%?
It shows 31,000 internship on this sheet.
31,000
In kind.
Oh.
So there's in kind in there as well.
Yeah, just looking at the raw internship cost without, say, the in-kinds of everything from uniform, motor pool to supervisory expenses that I posted in there too, and training. We're asking 20 from Blue Ribbon and we're getting 15 from the Forest Service.
So Brian, I've got a comment, not a question.
Yeah.
So if the Blue Ribbon looks at this from the perspective of the value that we get out of, call them temporary employees as opposed to internship, then we're getting pretty good value for the work that's being done on Blue Ribbon projects, even though it's not defined that way.
I would agree, especially if the Hyuina's wilderness or Hyuina's Blue Ribbon area has always been a little tougher for me to define and conceptualize. But if you consider the benefit to the Hyuinas, that's where we get a tremendous amount of our bang for our buck. But like without an internship, it would be really hard to like sustain a place like Lake Canyon or keep tabs on these waters like the Duchesne River.
Yeah, I originally had scored this 0 in 3 different categories. And so having it been defined a little bit more as to what the benefits to Blue Ribbon waters are, I scored it a lot higher. So thanks for the discussion.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this one?
Oh, I should give you another little bit about the history about why, say, like Natalie and I conceptualized going to Blue Ribbon as a funding source is one of the things we see the part of the poster child or of the Blue Ribbon program has been a couple of biologists in other regions, and that was kind of our way of, I don't want to say equaling the playing field, but making it so that we kind of had some Blue Ribbon buy-in in a labor standpoint in this region.
Maybe in your interview questions, you could ask them what their likelihood of staying in Utah would be.
If we had a good position open at the right time, that's been a big part of it.
Well, Rex, Brian. I am so impressed by what you feel people do across the board in Utah with the funds that you're given. To me, it's what an act of dedication. Thank you so much.
I would also say that Northeast region, they've got a lot of work on their plate right now. They're the one region where we're doing the most road treatments for cutthroat restoration right now. And that puts extra work on Brian's plate. And there's some projects he does that requires a lot of labor to get those done. And that's where these kind of projects are very valuable. You see less of that coming out of other regions because they don't have quite so many of those projects going on. So there's a little bit less of that need to have these influxes of large numbers of people to get that work done. Okay, anything else on this project?
Thanks for the compliments, everybody.
Okay, so I've been told that lunch is ready, which means we can break out of this room for a little while. It's fresh air. I don't know what lunch goes to, probably 1 o'clock. So there's some time to stretch your legs and all that. After lunch, we'll finish the projects that we've got, which I don't know, there's like 4 or 5, and they're all going to be presented by me, and they're all kind of pretty cut and dry projects. So they're going to go pretty fast. And then there's a couple business items that I'd like to talk about just a little bit because they're things that I think need to be addressed before the next meeting. They're kind of timely things. And then that's it. You know, our next meeting is in June. That'll be a regular meeting where we can go more in depth and other things. But so that's kind of my game plan here. So I'm hoping an hour or so after lunch and we'll be done.
Yeah,
we'll be back in here. Back in here at 1 o'clock.
You're ready. That's gonna be okay.
Yeah, I think so. I'm living my stuff.
Randy, I got a
Yeah. Salt Lake, you copy Salt Lake?
Well, that was an incredible lunch.
Salt Lake copies, we're ready to reactivate recorders and take it back live on YouTube. Standing by.
How are they funded? I don't know, actually. Is that a legislative?
The Habitat Council?
Yeah, sorry.
It's tacked on in every license too.
Yeah. I
Oh,
think
it's on, it's not licensed, like big game and fishing?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the
We'll do
full
it.
one. I can't remember what the.
YouTube part of it? Okay.
Okay. I'll let 'em know.
Nikki,
They
would
just
you
get
be
so much
kind
stuff.
enough to?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
now
you, sir.
know why.
Sorry, Randy.
You're good, Dave.
Remember when they used to have the, the Habitat stamp or.
Yeah.
Never had to get a Habitat permit and back in the.
I
old
remember
days,
the
but
duck stamp.
Then
Is
they
that
just.
part of
all-
that?
No.
I didn't
that's
realize
the-
that
I have a waterfowl.
you don't get a license.
Idaho has
Yeah, you
one,
do.
I think.
I just called
I don't know what.
to the office and the girl said, no, we don't mail them out anymore. We stopped doing that last year. And had I known, I'd have gone down to the store. Cause you printed it out. Now you got this piece of paper.
Well, that's
And she goes,
legal. That's.
well, yeah, I know, but it's not waterproof. And my wallet has a tendency once in a while to be inside my waders and they're not quite as tall as the creek was.
Well, I can't help it on the waiter part either.
Let me
but
ask you a question.
Put it right here.
Yeah.
Put it on your.
You score sheet.
That's what
I took a picture of it.
Well, you don't even have to do that. The division has an app.
They have an app.
Okay. We have an app. Okay.
You
I
can
like
use
that
it.
for score sheet.
You can even store your flash
Oh,
license.
okay.
That's why
Why does it
looked
easier?
at TJ's and I saw it on the other thing.
You can put
Sorry,
all
I was in South America when they dropped them off.
So
It was, and
We have total score there. You just say that, and you're just solving across all those.
yeah, is that what you? Yeah, I was traveling so much. I was going.
I'd rather have that.
But they had it for years.
Sorry.
I know, and it was one of the things I talked about. I was glad they could do it now. Kids, I'm just like, we raised now. And I said, and then I did, and all of a sudden I came home and I said, oh, you have lifetime licenses. And I'm like,
I'm just sitting there thinking, I
Oh,
don't
I
have to worry about it.
yeah, I wish I would. Well, I was one of those deals, you guys don't have the extra money. I was. And. Mailing it. Yeah. Right.
I remember I was in Oregon.
I say it.
You would have taken it. I just ignored it. I just decided. Get rid of it. It must be a good deal.
So by 5 years.
It's only.
I'm actually really comfortable with what I've got here.
Oh, yeah.
That's one of the
Oh,
best.
yeah.
That's
Okay. Like 90.
Yeah, I what you want to do.
It might have been 90. It was just true, or even earlier than that.
My daughter was 4 3 years.
I didn't get that.
You got a lifetime life.
Yeah, they cut those off.
Did you mind?
I was just, I was a Port College. And I was in line for an hour. Really?
It's actually, I think something. Upland games, fishing.
Yeah.
Gonna do that over here. Just up to the little process of scoring. Go ahead and get started. Are you ready on that end, Paul, for us to get going?
Stand by. You are live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I think it's really just us. I guess Nick's on, so we got Nick joining us as well. Hopefully everyone had a good lunch. It's probably nice to get out of this room, even though we're only in there for 30 or so minutes earlier. Nice to get out of this tight little room for a little while. I don't think we have all that much stuff to go over this afternoon, so we'll try to burn through it and make the most of it here. So what I'd like to do is just continue presenting projects. There's, I don't know, 3 or 4 projects left, and they're all kind of in my boat to present here. So I'm going to run through them here. The first one is project 6699. This is Blue Ribbon Fisheries biologist 2 position down in the southern region. So we talked earlier about our biologist positions that we've got across the state and how there used to be 2 positions funded by Blue Ribbon, and we're down to 1 position. So this is the 1 position. So it's down Southern region, they're Blue Ribbon fish biologists. Basically just running over the funding here. The total request is for Blue Ribbon is $75,520. And then there's an additional $52,480 coming from the Division of Wildlife Resources. So the DWR pitches in. Looks like 41% of the budget for Blue Ribbon is the other 59% of the budget for this project. So this is one of those standing ones that we get a funding request for every year that we've been funding. I did talk to Richard Hepworth, who's the regional supervisor down in that region, and he's gonna make a push through kind of his internal channels, since this is one of his employees, to get them funded entirely internally. So fingers crossed, maybe next year we don't see this proposal, but this position's funded through a different means. So we still have the position, we just don't have to pay for the position. So that's kind of the goal there. Any questions on this one? Okay, given that, I am going to move on to 6746. I'll do it up here real fast. This one's really easy too. Oops.
That's the one that just paid for lunch.
Yes.
I move we approve it.
I second that. Makes it easier if we have good
I have a question.
Yeah.
What was it last year?
This budget?
Yes.
This budget was about the same amount. I don't remember exactly.
I seem to remember it was like 30,000.
Oh, it wasn't 30.
No.
No. I think maybe Rich at one.
No, I'm with Rich. I think we've raised it to 30.
Unfortunately, I can only
Boy,
spend so
we
much.
should have some bigger lunches.
Yeah. I think historically it was a higher amount.
I think it was 10 for a little while.
I think maybe when I first started in this position, it was maybe closer to 15.
Maybe I'm
$20,000.
thinking of something else.
But I've whittled this down. I mean, this one buys lunch. It basically like new shirts and stuff I buy out of here. Travel expenses for people who have to travel really long distances to these meetings are covered here. But I usually ask for around $7,000-8,000. And also where I come up with this budget, I need $7,000 or $8,000. What I often do is look at all the project requests, and then I just make a budget amount that fills in the rest of our $450,000 for this. That's kind of what I do, and oftentimes it comes out being $7,000-8,000. So it bounces around a little bit just based on the amount of money we've got laying around for me to kind of put into this. But I put 7,000 this year. I've kind of dropped it a little with this meeting quarterly. It's less lunches I have to buy and stuff like that. So it's going to save us some. I was pretty good. So. Any questions on that one? That's all this one is. It covers again food.
It doesn't rank
shirts.
very well with the way we rank.
Yeah, it doesn't. And this is one, it's gonna get funded regardless because we gotta pay, we gotta run lunches and run our program. So that's what this one goes for. Okay, so the next one I'm gonna run through is 6749.
That's true.
So what this one is back in 2013, we did an economic survey of our Blue Ribbon program in the state. What we wanted to do was figure out the economic contribution that our Blue Ribbon fisheries have to just fishing as a whole here in the state. And I think really one of the main cruxes at that time is we were looking at basically the Blue Ribbon name and what that means to anglers across the state. And what we found in that survey is people are willing to pay more dollars to go to a Blue Ribbon fishery than a non-Blue Ribbon fishery. And then coming out of that study as well, we got some information on just the number of dollars to the state's economy. It, not only fishing as a whole contributes, specifically Blue Ribbon fisheries. And I think what we found is that, throws me off every time. I think what we found is that even though Blue Ribbon fisheries amount to a small fraction of the fisheries in the state, granted there's some very large Blue Ribbon fisheries like Lake Powell and Strawberry, some of our biggest reservoirs in the state are Blue Ribbon fisheries. They contribute more economically than the whole sum of all the other fisheries in the state. So anyway, it's been a good study. It's a study we used a lot for justifying not just only Blue Ribbon work, but also there's a lot of numbers that I go into. It's my other parts of my job for the Division of Wildlife that I'm able to extract from that report to tell us about economic contributions and stuff. For instance, I had a meeting yesterday or the day before with the Utah Office of Tourism. We're trying to get them to promote fishing a little bit more, and I was able to draw some numbers and show them the economic contributions of fishing across the state. And my point is the study's 10 years old.
How did they react to that?
They said, whatever about it, which is interesting because, yeah, I mean, they seem interested in promoting stuff, but I mean, they didn't jump on it like skiing or anything like that. But
Well, yeah, I mean, if you give them something to actually like something concrete to back, because TU, we've gone to them before with cutthroat slam stuff, brought Orvis riders out, and they'll pay for the Orvis riders to go and do that and ride up their stuff. But that stuff's easy. It's just like, we need you to promote fishing more. Maybe we just need to have a better outreach plan.
That's what we ended up coming up with in that case. I think we found out there was more materials that we've got that they weren't aware of that we could hand off to them that we're developing internally, and we could do a better job on hand off. But anyway, the point is these numbers mean a lot, not just our Blue Ribbon program, but the Division of Wildlife. We use these numbers a lot. Anyway, point is this study is 10 years old. What I did is I approached one of the original authors of it and just asked them to redo the study, basically. So we're looking at a 2023 update of that study is what we're doing, and it's more or less going to be the same study. I had them rework one part of the study, and that part I had them rework was at the time we were looking at changing our trout regulation across the state, and then we had them look at basically the amount people are willing to pay to catch like 4 trout versus 8 trout at that time. I had them pull that part out because that's not very relevant to where we stand now, because we're not looking at regulation change, and we're going to replace that with a species kind of economic contribution. So we're able to look at what's the value to like cutthroat trout, rainbow trout, tiger, muskie, run down all of our species to our anglers. So that's kind of one part of the analysis that we basically get for free out of it. So I think that would be pretty cool to know economically, what is the value of certain species to anglers. But anyway, what they want for this project is $41,352. So we got a proposal and redo that study again. Original author would be taking care of it again for us at the Utah State University, and that's what they need to do the surveys and hire a grad student and all that stuff. Mancun Kim. Yeah,
he did a pretty good job.
Yeah, he did a good job. He's been great to work with so far, and he seems excited to do it.
We certainly got our money back.
Yeah, we totally did. It's
on that. There just been things that have been really positive for Blue Ribbon because of it.
Yeah.
He's an economist.
Yeah, he is. The answer is yes. I think they might have a department of like agriculture and natural resource economics or something like that as part of that. Yeah.
Should it be done more frequently, like every 5 years?
I think probably. I think this is a study that honestly we've been talking about for, I'm going to say 3, 4, 5 years getting redone. And, for various reasons, it just got punted. So it came up this year, but probably it should be maybe a 5-year thing, because you look at changes in the economy and inflation and things like that. It would make sense to do it more often.
And then what about having an open discussion about what we utilize the information, how we get it out to the public to make it more beneficial?
No, I think we should, once we get that information in our hands, I think there's some opportunities to take it to our outreach department in particular and, say something, based off the numbers and come up with, whatever that looks like.
Did you pull numbers from that last survey to sell low to the legislature?
We may have pulled numbers. I didn't do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if Drew or somebody pulled some numbers out of it.
Yes, there were numbers pulled out of that because for Utah Anglers UAC, I know that Roger pulled some numbers out of that just to help with the lower proposal.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
those numbers,
yes, they were.
Those numbers are useful, and to get to Rich's comment, it's a little awkward when you're pulling numbers and saying this is now 10 years old. It's nice to have some fresh numbers. So I think there's some room to do it more often. This is a 1-year study. So, the funding, because this is a fiscal year thing, would go in effect July 1st. And I think we would expect the final report kind of right at the end of June of 2024. So it takes them a little while to get surveys out and compile everything and all that, but that's fine.
Are you able to view, do you have to go to bid on this thing, or can you use who we?
In this case, we could go to who we did it before, and I think the reason for that's because of the state. We basically have a standing contract with Utah State. Agency to agency. So
it's easier.
I think if say we had somebody say BYU who would be awesome at doing this, that would be a little different because they're not a state agency.
Yeah, this is just like a agency transfer of funds, kind of.
Yeah, sweet.
So anyway,
You know what it is. All right.
that's the game plan, and it should be.
For ag and applied sciences. Let's pull this profile from Utah State.
Okay, any other questions on this one?
Just a quick question, Randy, what's your thinking or the office staff's thinking of the value of species? Where are you gonna go with that information?
Where I was gonna go with this is, I think it justifies maybe hatchery production of some species. And quite frankly, for the analysis that he does to come up with blue ribbon assessment, this is an add-on variable. And, when we asked him to do a redo of the last study, basically what I did is I took something that didn't seem very valuable to us, which was a regulation change that we already did, that we were trying to justify 10 years ago. It made sense to replace it with something else. But I think, agency-wide, we've got new species, viper we're trying to produce in our hatcheries, walleye, tiger, muskie, we're looking at various trout species we produce. I think there's some, interest in just knowing, from an angler perspective.
You're not gonna charge.
We're not gonna charge.
Stamp for wipers or stamp for industrial.
I would see it as like production. Like if I want to have numbers to put on Jordanelle, this survey would say, oh, we have this much money going into rainbow trout. Why can't we then justify putting more trout in some lake or in some river or stream?
Yeah. Or we could look at it from an economic contribution. Let's just say hypothetically, Tyler wants to set up a new, say tiger muskie fishery in the state. We can look at, if it's going to cost us, I don't know, $10,000 a year to stock that. Are we going to get that back in terms of license sales dollars? Exactly. What's the economic contribution? Is it worth our money doing that? So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but they got $1 million worth of boats and gas.
I mean, you joke.
That's not just show up on the bank. Those guys are way serious.
That's true.
You joke about it, but that comes out in a survey. I think 2013, if you add up people's license sales, fishing equipment sales, what we get out of like boat purchases, stuff like that, I think fishing was $933 million a year to Utah's economy, and that's 2013 dollars.
So that's like 10 million, 2023 dollars.
Yeah. I'm sure it's over $1 billion these days. So, okay. Anything else on this one? Okay, so I think the last one we got is 67. I can find it. 6756. Okay, so this is Blue Ribbon Fishery Monitoring Phase 4. So this is the 4th year that I've been floating this project. I'll tell you what this is, and I think this project might go away in the next year or two. Fortunately, I'll get into some of the history and background here, but as an agency, we do a lot of fish sampling efforts. So, and we do those efforts to get information about our fish populations in the state. So one common way we have to sample fish is, for instance, doing our gillnet surveys or electric fishing surveys that you hear our biologists talk about. One of the limitations of doing those, let me back up. Those are easy surveys for us to do. They're quick, they're usually a day of work or maybe 2 days of work where we go out and set some nets or send some people out and electrofish, and it tells us things about the fish community, so size of fish, numbers of fish, that kind of thing. But to a large extent, we're also in the business of anglers and making anglers satisfied across the state. And those surveys we do are kind of indirect assessments of that. So, we might go out and get a lot of big trout in that. Let's say it tells us there's a lot of big trout out there, but it doesn't tell us that our anglers are catching those big trout or if our anglers are satisfied with those big trout. So what we do in some situations are creel surveys where we send our biologists out and have them basically talk to anglers, ask those anglers, how many fish are you catching? What are the size of the fish? How satisfied are you? That kind of thing. So that's a better measure of how satisfied our anglers are, is talking to the anglers. The problem with those surveys is they're very time expensive and they're very expensive for us to do. So anyway, we do those surveys across the state, kind of in strategic situations where we feel like we really need that information from our anglers. The issue we've got is our budget for those surveys. I don't remember the exact value, but it's $42,000 a year. Usually one of these surveys costs $10,000 or so. It depends on the survey, how complex it is. But what I'm saying is, we can do about 4 of these creel surveys a year before we blow our entire budget. The reality is we have a larger need across the state to do more of these creel surveys than we're funding right now. So last few years, what I've been doing is putting a blue ribbon request in to basically fund that gap. So to get our needs taken care of by asking for blue ribbon dollars for kind of the additional studies that are above what our budget covers. So that's what this is about. I'll run through the projects in a second, but where I said this is about to end is our goal is in the next year to come up with the definite budget item in our own agency, where we're basically going to do an assessment of what our true needs for these creel surveys are for every year and adjust our budget accordingly. So we're able to have that wrapped into our standard budget. So to not make our budget, 41, 42,000, I think it's more like $60,000 in a lot of years, $70,000 having that built into our budget. So we're able to not make this request, but we're not at that point right now. We're undergoing some strategic stuff internally to come up with, prioritizing various surveys and coming up with kind of like a list of what needs to be done so we can estimate our budget moving forward. So we're not there yet. So that's why we've got this proposed this year. So specifically, I'm asking this year for $58,411. So we've got a few more of these on the tap this year than we've had for previous years. Looking at what we're asking money for, the first is a creel survey at Jordanelle Reservoir, looking at $12,000 for that. The next is there's going to be a study that goes on at Starvation Reservoir. Over the next year, we're going to put those reward tag fish into that water. And we're basically using about $5,500 to pay reward tags. So this is if people catch a fish with a cash value assigned to it, paying those rewards. The reason we do that is we've got a website set up, but those tags, if people return those tags, there's some math we can do behind the scenes that are associated with those reward values to tell us an exploitation rate. So it gives us an idea of basically what percentage of that population is being removed every year by anglers. And that allows us to get into some of our math behind the fishery and helps us come up with regulations, stocking, and some things like that to manage the fishery. So that's why we're doing that. It sounds great. It sounds like something where we're giving people money away to catch fish, but we get a lot of data in return for that. And we're able to use that data to manage our waters. Yeah.
Is that more cost effective than personally doing creel surveys?
It is in a lot of ways. It's more cost effective. I don't know what a starvation creel is, but this probably costs half that. The other nice thing about the reward tags is when we say 5,500, I think there's a good odd we don't get that many tags returned, so it probably comes out being less than that. So it's nice, and it gives us a little bit different data that we can't actually calculate. Exploitation rate is a little different than an angler catch rate. So exploitation is more the percentage of fish that are being removed by anglers versus a catch rate. It's kind of like the number of fish per hour that are coming out. They're a little bit different. They kind of play into some of our formulas and our models a little bit differently.
Randy, how does this all play into, I mean, this group's, we're set up by a criteria for the Hepworth Walker scale. That's how we come up with the blue ribbon fishery, right?
Yeah.
So regardless of what the fishermen want, we're bound by our Hepworth Walker scale. So if they want something different, do we tweak our criteria, or you see what I'm saying?
You're saying, right now, let's just play with starvation since we're talking about this water. Right now we'd be evaluating it as a walleye fishery primarily with other species. But if anglers desperately did not want walleye and wanted something else, we would probably not score starvation as highly because it's a walleye fishery,
exactly,
not a rainbow trout fishery or something else. Granted, it's got rainbow trout, but it doesn't
seems like kind of a dilemma to me because we kind of have to go by the scale, and if fishermen want something different.
Well, and I think the one reality is if you look at the Hepworth Walker scale, and how we come up with a blue ribbon fishery, it's really a two-stage thing. So the first stage is their scores, and the water has to get above a certain score criteria. But then after that, we've got kind of a yes, no vote among council members, given that score, given everything that's been presented on that fishery, is that blue ribbon or not? I think, we would probably have to consider in a situation if you had a fishery that was functioning really well as, one species fishery, but the anglers are clamoring for it to be a different fishery. I think we would have to weigh that into that final vote, is that blue ribbon or not, if really there's a need to change the direction.
Or if you did a creel survey on a water that isn't blue ribbon fishery, and it scores higher than a water that is blue ribbon fishery, then what do you do?
Then we still got the town vote.
Well, it does raise the issue. Do we?
Yeah, it does. But the nice thing is we can adjust.
Don't mess with
Well,
that.
I know,
horse.
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
We can change the language in the Hepworth Walker Scale.
We can't change it in the Hepburn Walker, but we can, we have the up-down boat that
Oh,
allows
that's
us
right. That's right.
to do, even if it doesn't score where it should on Hepworth Walker, we can
We still
still,
have that up down
or,
vote, don't we?
well, like what we did down south on
Landing 4 was an
Landing
example.
4,
That's right.
yeah,
That's
and,
right.
and all of us that went down there went, no,
That's right.
it scored, but it was not. And everybody that went there said, no, this isn't. And so that's how, there is still a mechanism in place. We're not forced to do it.
Okay.
We use that and then we can go from there. Yeah.
So running through the rest of these surveys we've got on here, we've got $2,000 going to a Fish Lake Krill survey. I should point out some of these, like the Fish Lake one, we're only throwing a couple $1,000s. There's more money coming from other sources, so these are more expensive than that. But another one's Flaming Gorge Krill survey. We'd be contributing $4,000 to that. The next one is a large krill survey that we're looking on doing over the next couple of years on our community fisheries. This is throughout the northern region and central region, where we're collectively trying to do a krill survey on all, I don't know, it's probably 40 or so community fisheries that are in these two regions. It's desperately needed data. We don't have a good handle on our community fisheries in the state, how they're performing, our angler use on those waters. Our sense is they're extremely popular and they probably contribute a lot to angler recruitment and retention purposes, but we don't have a good pulse on those. So that's the idea of this krill survey.
How many? But those are totally spent in the water.
Yeah. Well,
there's not any of them that are blue ribbon.
That's true.
They're not blue ribbon.
They
So,
are definitely not blue ribbon. And it's the first one that I've gone, no.
Yeah.
Rex and I talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
To give you an idea, Jordan, we did a tag fish study on here, and I think the average residency time is something like 10 days or something.
I thought it was 13 minutes.
Oh, people watch these cards.
Yeah.
Fish tacos within 10 days. Is that right?
So Randy, does that need to be voted on, or it's not blue ribbon, or?
We could talk about that. How about I finish the list? The other
Okay.
ones are blue ribbon. So Lake Canyon is $10,000. And then some eDNA work to verify brook trout removal in select waters in the UNF mountains. So this is in the UNF kind of wilderness area, blue ribbon area. So $7,500 for that. And that kind of gets into that one outfitter study we were talking about earlier. We've been using eDNA to verify, if fish have been successfully removed from a stretch. It saves us from having to go in and electrofish a ton of stream, like 20 miles. We can kind of pin down where we think they might be based off the DNA. So that's that. The total value got all that up is about 58,511.
When would they start?
What's that?
When would the surveys actually start?
All of these, they'd be eligible for the funding July 1st. So they all start after that, and they have to be completed by June 30th or June 31st. I forget how many days are in June of the following year.
So no Flaming Gorge, they've already started.
They've already started, and some of these bleed over fiscal years. So like the Flaming Gorge one, I think we're picking up like the tail end later in the year would be the intent of this funding.
How much was the community fishery part?
17,411. So roughly 41,000 of what we're requesting goes directly to blue ribbon fisheries, and then the other 17,411 goes to the community waters under what we're proposing.
And we kind of have to look at that as recruitment and stuff if we really want that.
Yeah.
I mean, could you throw in questions like that? Have you ever fished in blue ribbon water? Can you name one? Can you?
We could do that. The other thing I realized too, and we could bring it up as a council, and we could discuss this if you guys are more comfortable, but I need to look at the math. But all of these surveys, I am interjecting blue ribbon dollars along with the dedicated division funding. So there's a little blending of funding going on. What I could do is redo that blending as well. So I think the community fishery one, I could probably fund entirely or almost entirely with dedicated division funds and drop that off of here, but then increase the amount of funding that Blue Ribbon's contributing to the other ones on here.
Yeah, Flaming Gorge is
Do we-
super expensive.
Yeah.
Do we ever get audited to see where, if it's all being spent on or through Blue Ribbon Water?
The reality is that we could spend them on non-Blue Ribbon Water, so we want the funding. It just has to.
Well, we've used in past potential.
Potential, so I think we would be okay if there was an audit, but what I'm saying is I could probably really reduce, if the council wants to do that, the amount going to the community fisheries to maybe $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, and then up the values to all these other ones. I'd have to.
I think I'd be more comfortable with us funding more Blue Ribbon stuff. I like Jordan said, that Flaming Gorge survey. The 2 years that I got to work for the division in the summer, I got to be in on the creel surveys, and I think they're very valuable tools, but I think Blue Ribbon, we ought to focus more on, let's move money from somewhere else to do community fisheries. We brought them up in the past and we voted them down, at least while I've been here.
I'm going to ask for basically the council's permission for this, and that's keeping the same funding request, the 58,411 that I'm requesting. But then I would take these six projects here and play to my maximum extent with the funding to get the community water one down as much as possible. I'm not sure what I get to. I might be able to get to zero, but I may have to use a few $1,000s of Blue Ribbon to fund it, but that at least would bring that 17 way down, and then I'd up the values for these other projects here.
Well, I just for me personally, we still want kids in there. We want recruitment. We want people. And so there is some value to Blue Ribbon. It's not like it's an yes or no, but this isn't for me a really high one. So I'd prefer, I don't know how you other feel, but let's fund Blue Ribbon ones and then help where we can is more my feeling than this is a pretty big chunk out of.
It is a big chunk. This is a very.
It's a third.
It's a very expensive curl survey because it's like 40 waters being done simultaneously around. There are a lot of acre waters, but
that's just my feeling.
I'm totally good with that. I didn't even think about that until I was driving in this morning, was reworking those numbers. So what I could do is rework those numbers and let people know how they would change after I do the math on it.
I don't want to vote down the entire project because of one section. If we can change it, then it makes more sense.
Yeah, and I'm basically asking for the latitude to spend a little Blue Ribbon money on it, but I think I could bring that down to, a couple $3,000 or $4,000 instead of $17,000 for the community waters.
Let's make a deal. You bring that down and bring our lunch money up.
You're on record. Does anybody, did I kind of catch the sentiment? Are y'all
I think that's fine. I mean, as long as Randy gets the funding he needs to get the work done, he can shell game this.
Yeah, I could play with the money a little, move some stuff around. So, okay. Any other questions on this one? Okay, that's the last project we got. So.
Does our budget cover all these projects?
The answer is yes. So
and then what, like another 15,000?
Yeah. So I forgot the exact value, but it's something like all these projects out of the $436,000, and our budget's $450,000. So it leaves about 15,000 extra. We saw one project today, the Diamond Fork project. It doesn't request any Blue Ribbon dollars. So I mean, we could discuss as a council, do we want to contribute money to that project? What that would do is reduce the amount that Habitat Council pays for that project, and it would have some Blue Ribbon. Yeah.
Well, you've always had a little latitude and some changes back and forth. Yeah. I like that we leave a little bit of money because 2 years ago we were able to get Nick the batteries he needed for up on the boulder, and so a project, one good hanging net, gill net? Not a shoreline gill net, the curtain net.
Yeah, that's
one curtain net would almost take that $15,000, and there are places that we could use more curtain netting. So I like that we have a few dollars so that somebody comes in and goes, look, we're seeing this at, like Nick did a couple of years ago with the batteries. Hey, we can do this, but we've got to have these, and we had the money so we could give it to him for inside that year. So,
and you never know what the spring runoff and the flooding might create needs somewhere.
Yeah, and this is the approach we've taken for the last probably 3 or 4 years, is we've held on to some money. I think it's ranged from maybe $15,000 to $30,000, depending on, the funding request. It's been for that kind of purpose we've used it. Those last minute things where the biologists come and say like, hey, I could use this. Do you have some money you could throw at it?
And when the biologists find out that there is a little bit of money available, it's amazing how they can find a project.
They might even buy us lunch, George.
Well, and the reality on top of that, they want the $450,000 spent.
Yes.
So, I mean, if it comes, because we have to spend it by June 30th of 2024, when it comes like May 1st, 2024, if I still have $15,000, I'm going to start hit those biologists and say,
Sure.
let's spend that money because I want that to be zero at the end of the year. Yeah.
Is there any opportunity to bring up a project from years past and put it into the present year that wasn't approved in years past?
I think there's potential. We would have to talk about the project, the biologists, whether they, still see a need for that. The other thing is sometimes these projects, they go to Blue Ribbon and then they eventually find money from another source to fund them. So it's possible that somebody's been taken care of through other sources. The other thing that happens too is, depending on how much money Habitat Council has, so the other group over there, there's been times when they've had extra money laying around. And I've been able to take projects that we can't fund and just say, hey, you guys have like $300,000 sitting around. Can you take a $30,000 project that was funded or asked for Blue Ribbon and pay for it?
They rarely spend out their
Just for reference, they get like 1.8 compared to our 450 or
It
something.
varies, but I think it's 1.6.
1.6,
to
yeah, they
maybe
get
2 million, somewhere in that
They
range.
get a tremendous amount compared to.
Well, Rich, to your point, we had some things that were with that new Provo River Trail being completed and stuff. There are some past projects. When you ask, are there some old ones? There may be something there on that Provo River project.
You mean in the Delta, the new?
No. Up the canyon, up between where along the railroad tracks and stuff. They're now going to complete that so it goes clear to Salt Lake. And there's a couple of places in there that better access for fishermen and that kind of stuff. So there is at least one project I can think of that we looked at probably 2 years ago at least. Maybe we could. So, but 15,000 is not very much to have left over. We've been able to spend that every year pretty quickly as soon as the biologists found out, hey, there's some money left right there. Well, all of a sudden, now we've got a new curtain net that's going to give us some information that really helps us on a lake. Like some of the stuff that Jackie did with the curtain net on Jordanelle, we just didn't know where they were. And this stuff that Clint's doing up at Pineview, that they 2.5 micrograms of oxygen, and it's only at 40 feet. That was the reason I asked him about the structure, and we can always spend it on structure.
Poor little things down there can't breathe.
But there's always structure at the end, we can always buy structure. In fact, we did last year.
We did.
We bought some for Rock Porter Echo. I don't remember which one, and you can see, those fish move in on it. Like 2 days later, Clint's got a camera down there and the fish are going, yeah, this is great. Who put the Hilton in?
Well, 15,000, you can't really pay for any construction stuff with 15,000, but equipment D kind of stuff, we could do that. It's easy to do, and we could burn 15,000 pretty fast when you're Rotenone. We've used it for Rotenone before.
Aerators. We've used it there. So 15 is not very much to have left over out of our budget.
So the project I was thinking about was along the Weaver for fish accessibility. The ladders going over fences, they're quite deteriorating. And if we're leasing the property from the owners to get permission to go over it, and there's no funds to maintain or put new ladders over there, I think there's a liability issue that somebody's gonna, create a problem. And they are Blue Ribbon waters. And it's not just on the Weaver, but that was the one that came to mind last year as a proposal. And I think there were 5 ladders for a total of 15,000 in that range. So getting back to my original question, is that something that we could bring up? Not necessarily today, but can we pull old ones from the past that you know, for whatever reason, lack of funding or maybe lack of approval, or maybe there was a change in accessibility to a particular project that we might want to go back and look at.
Yes, so the answer is yes, we could do that. I think we want to hold off for a year or so before we discuss that. The other thing, and the reason for this is the other thing we use this $15,000 for is construction overages with inflation, things like that. So, you know, we might have a project that just goes over budget and we could pull from that $15,000 to pay for things we're saying we're going to fund this year that went over budget. But I guess my point, Rich, is, you know, you get to about this time next year, maybe through about May or so, that's when I really get like focused on how much money do we really have laying around still.
And make sure you spend every last penny of it.
Yeah, and I'm getting serious about spending every last penny. So a project like that would be a good one to maybe at that time kind of look at, like, you know, yes, we got now, you know, the 15,000 plus we had a project fall through. So now I've got $40,000 laying around how we're going to spend that money. So
how are we looking this year compared to the end of the fiscal year?
Let me bring that up. Because we did say that's something we're going to show every meeting. So I'm going to bring up a spreadsheet that shows the last kind of update that I got, which fortunately last update, I need to push a more recent update because I guess that's not too bad. January 31st, I'll probably get one through the end of February pretty soon, but I'll make that bigger for everyone just a second and scroll over. Okay, so these are the projects that we said we were going to fund. I'm running down the list right here. I get them all. I'm going to shrink it just a little bit, see if I can get them to fit all on one page. Okay. Okay. So these are the projects that we said we were going to fund. What I'm showing here in these last two columns here is in the first one. So J, the left one that I highlighted, basically the amount that's been charged to that project so far this year. And then what's in the right is basically the percent of their total budget that is still remaining right now. And then if you roll all of it up down these bottom two, of our $450,000, we've spent about $73,000, and we've got 88% of our budget sitting around still. Now, I'm going to put some big caveats on that. That sounds like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. A lot of these projects are spring-loaded projects where our biologists are saying, yes, I plan on spending that money out. It just hasn't hit the books yet. So don't let that fool you. I guess what you're looking at right now.
This is about where we've been for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is about where we've been every year while I've been on.
So the expenses will start.
Month you go, holy cow, where did all these invoices come?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what'll happen is I'll get an update like end of May, and it'll suddenly, like the month of May, we spent like $350,000, and you know, it's just how it works. But I have talked to our biologists a little bit. I think the only project that I know of that is done and is under budget is the Navajo Lake one. It's not, they spent more than the 10,000. It takes a while for it to show up in my books that things have been spent, but I think Nick told me they came something like, I don't know, $12,000 or so under budget. So I think that we allocated around 80,000 and they came out something like $68,000 being spent our direction. So the rest of them are still up in the air. There's going to be expenses going as well.
Well, when you do these large construction projects, it's not just monthly. It depends on how much work they get done. And all of a sudden, there's a big draw on the account. That's what you were playing with last year, if I remember.
Yeah. So get to about this time of year, I start asking the biologists, you know, show them this budget and say you've only spent, you know, $10,000. You're allocated of 100,000. I'm just making up numbers. How much are you going to spend? And then I'm taking what they tell me they think they're going to spend and kind of making that available for us to make for these other purchases, the remainder, if there's a remainder. So that's where we stand. I think, honestly, you know, to get to your thing, Rich, March is still too early. I think you get about May, mid-May is when I think our biologists are really kind of locked in on, like, here's what I think I'm going to spend, and I'm able to really look at this amount and come up with a more precise estimate of what's remaining.
Well, plus most of the contractors know this is when the money's got to be spent by, so they don't
they
Yeah.
managed to get in invoices to make sure they come in underneath because it's gone otherwise.
Yeah, I do that. Like one of those projects is mine. I have 89.6% left. There's not that much left. There's like 0% left. We just haven't invoiced yet.
Haven't invoiced, and then our finance people, for whatever reason, you know, the invoices get submitted and it takes them like an extra month before they show up my records they send me. I don't know why it takes that long. So I think the only thing you can plan on is the amount that are left or less than you see up there, but it'll come more into focus as we move along here. Any questions on that? Thanks for bringing that up. I totally spaced showing this during the meeting, and it was something we said when we kind of reworked things that we were going to show every meeting, was that budget update. I think our next meeting, it's in June, so it's before the end of the fiscal year comes to a close. I will definitely present it there. Maybe what I'll try to do is maybe in May, send another update, since it's 3 months till the next meeting, and kind of, again, get to May and I start getting a good idea of what's not going to get spent laying around.
You have a date, June?
Should be June 15th, right?
Yeah.
That,
Okay, any additional questions on budget stuff, on projects? So projects, just to put a cap on all the project stuff that we talked about, I sent out an email a few weeks back, scores. You know, a lot of you were scoring your projects today. I gave really a deadline of March 31st for getting your scores to me. And the reason I did that is I figured some of you maybe would want to go back and look at the WR webpage, is that webpage we keep showing, and maybe think about your scores after hearing presentation and questions today, and maybe come up with final scores. So I'm basically giving you about 2 weeks to really make your scores final. If you want to turn in your little scoring sheet today, I'm fine with that. But, you know, if you want to sit on it and think about it, I'm fine with that as well. It's just March 31st is my deadline. And as you know, we've kind of done in the past, I don't care how you get the scores to me. I've sent out that spreadsheet. You can enter them in the spreadsheet. If you want to mail me a paper copy, hand me a paper copy, I'm fine with that. If you want to take a picture of it and just text me a picture, I'm fine with that.
Just send out the link to the spreadsheet.
I'll send out the link to the spreadsheet one more time, just as long as I have numbers in front of me.
Send the
I'm
email
good.
somewhere.
Yeah, so I'll send that out probably later today or maybe Monday. So what we'll do is March 31st, you know, we will lock in the scores basically, because I'll have everyone's scores. We're going to fund everything this year because we're under budget. So I think we don't really need to go into much detail about what those scores mean. You know, sometimes we have to make priorities because we're over budget, but we're not that case this year. So
Unless there's a big philosophical debate that we need to have on any of these projects.
that's true. Yeah, we should ask that. Is there any projects here that anyone's just like, I do not want that funded? And we can talk about that.
I think I've expressed my feelings on the way some things are funded, but I think we can fund everything that's on there.
I think you bring up good points, Jordan. You know, I would love to fund these a little bit differently, and we're working on getting there on some of them, but some, I don't know. You know, you look at the Northeast region, kind of tech and intern projects. We keep asking the director's office to fund that internally, and they keep telling us we'll go to Blue Ribbon and have the council and fund it. It doesn't feel right, but it's
Saying
what it
no,
is,
let's
so,
maximize our PR dollars.
yeah.
But, you know, Rex and I had a conversation prior to coming over here about one that kind of bothered me was, is Natalie still on there? No, Trina. is the fish screen below the spill water to protect the endangered fishery, which is not blue water, which is not paid for by sports fishermen through licenses. I kind of had a problem with that one. I don't know how the rest of you feel, but
That was just the way that Kerner presented it, but Strawberry River on that little section below Starbridge and down to the confluence with the Duchesne is Blue Ribbon.
it's Blue Ribbon, but the purpose is for endangered species. And I just wondered if there was money through endangered species to do something like that.
There is,
The
I think,
majority of the funding is coming through ESMF.
Oh,
yes,
is it?
there is funding. And I think another way to think about it is our blue ribbon fishery is creating.
Exactly. And that's what
farm.
Rex and I talked
Yeah.
about. He opened my other eye.
Yeah, the total project cost on that was $385. And Blue Ribbon's contribution was 50.
But I guess my point is, like I told Rex, when I come to a meeting, when I represent Blue Ribbon, I represent those sport fishermen that bought a license to catch sport fish, right? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
And so when it's an endangered species, I have to think, well, is that helping the sport? How do I explain that to a sport fisherman that we spent money on endangered species? That's how I think of it.
Yeah, I mean, you have the flip side argument. I guess the other argument you could make is we have a new sport fish, round-tailed chub, in the Colorado River, Rainy River system that are potentially impacted by walleye.
The other problem you've got is if the feds step in and want to manage what we're managing, that worries me more than anything else, because they take away our ability to do things, and they might say, maybe you have to kill all the walleye and starvation.
Yeah,
That's my situation with Utah Lake of maybe becoming a blue ribbon water. I can finally do stuff now because the June sucker is not endangered. It's threatened still, but it's kind of giving us more flexibility to manage the catfish and manage the walleye or anything else that's in there, which could lead to a new blue ribbon water for say, because we have that ability. So it's not directly a blue ribbon expense, but think about it in the future, you're saving something that could potentially become blue ribbon, or saving the ability to not lose a blue ribbon water because you backtrack.
So the Strawberry River below Duchesne, or the Strawberry River below Starvation, is blue ribbon for brown trout and rainbow trout. So excluding those other predatory species that are coming out of starvation's a benefit to keeping it blue ribbon for those species.
I just looked at it. I don't want to lose starvation as a walleye fishery. If it takes a screen down there, I'm okay with it. So that's how I look at it.
And honestly, you know, we talked to the Uinta Basin about fishing opportunities and what we could stop. We're a little hamstrung in there because of the recovery program. And, you know, you look at things like Red Fleet Reservoir, you know, we were able to restore that. We put walleye in there, but the stipulation is they had to be triploid, so sterile, so there's no reproduction. And we had to put a screen in there. We've got other species, you know, say we want to put tiger muskie in that basin, we have to go through a permission process and get other states and the federal government to buy off on doing that. And they sometimes put stipulations on the species and whether we have to install a screen, things like that. So I guess the point is it feels like starvation. We've got a little latitude because we have an existing fishery there and we don't want to lose that fishery. So
yeah, two that kind of have counteracting purposes, right? You have the Strawberry River, that's like a trout fishery. Starvation, which is a two-story fishery. So, but I get Dave's point as well. Like, I understand where Dave's coming from.
Me too, but that's how I kind of went, okay, in my head, I can do this because I really like having the walleyes there, and this is what it takes to keep them there.
And to be honest with you, when Trina was presenting it earlier, I had the same thought that Dave brought up, you know, and it was maybe the only project for me. I was like, that just sounds weird how it came off. But you can make that justification.
Trina didn't sell it the right way.
What I want to know is when we're going to put sturgeon somewhere in this state. Right, Mickey? Now that part of the club.
It's off my list.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's off your list, so no. You do know that they catch them with fly rods underneath American Falls.
I've heard guys hook them.
Yeah.
We'll do sturgeon after we get Chinook in the gorge. But, you know, I appreciate what you said about that. You know, it really doesn't benefit that blue ribbon, but on the other hand, in northeastern region, we've been able to, I don't know if the attitudes have changed with Fish and Wildlife or what, but, you know, we've got black crappie now. They were adamantly opposed to that before. We've got walleye in several fisheries. They actually planted channel cats in a lake. That was taboo forever, Fish and Wildlife. I think just the fact that the division is working to try to meet the requirements of Fish and Wildlife, that our life's been easier.
Well, and the other reality you've got is, yeah, there's increased openness from us, but anglers as well. There's progressively kind of through the state over the years, a shift where people have gone from this being a trout state, which it still is a trout state, but, you know, it used to be 95% of anglers wanted to catch trout. And now it's more like 70% of anglers who are primarily interested in trout. And we have that other 30%, which is a good chunk of people, a good chunk of our anglers. And us wanting to cater to what those anglers want, provide them the opportunities. So it's getting us more and more into the market, stocking some of these warm water fish so those anglers can have the fish that they want to catch. One thing we'll talk about at some point is we've got another study that we do every 5 years. It's the angler survey that we do, and it gives us kind of trend information on the opinions of our anglers across the state. We've got the last iteration that was done last year. We're going to get a report from that really soon. But one of the things we've been tasked with is looking at the report, looking at the percentage of people who want a particular fishing opportunity. So the percent of people who want catfish or trout or crappie or you name the species, us providing those opportunities proportionate to what those anglers want. So, let's say 10% of our anglers want to catch catfish. That's going to force us to look at our waters across the state and make sure we got catfish in 10% of those waters to meet those needs of those anglers. So I think as this group, when we get that report in our hand, I think we probably want to talk about it a little bit, but I think you're going to see some management shifts as us as an agency to cater to that report and some of those percentages that you see in there. The other part of that report's a willingness to travel part, where we're going to take those percentages of people, but we're also factoring in how far people are willing to get to that fishing opportunity. So it's not just half 10% of say opportunities catfish, but make sure everyone within the state has 10% of their opportunities within how far they're willing to drive for catfish, that opportunity. So there's an additional complexity there. But it factors into some things. Like I think we know like lake trout, for instance, people are willing to travel in long ways to catch a 50-pound lake trout. So that might decrease the number of lake trout fisheries we have to have. Whereas something like bluegill, we know people don't drive very far to get bluegill, so we're gonna have to provide more of those opportunities. But it's gonna be a management shift that we make as an agency probably over the next 5 or 10 years. And that's gonna be based off of that study. So I think we'll want to review that study as a council when we've got it in our hand. Okay, any questions?
Do we need to make a motion to accept all of these and fund them? Does something need to be done?
I think I hadn't thought about that, but I think we should do that because I mean, the reality is we have the money to fund all of them. We're not talking cuts. When we talk cuts, I think we need to get people scores in our hands and look at how projects rate out, but we don't have a need to do that this year. So yeah, I think we probably should take that motion.
So does this nullify the effort of going home and scoring?
I think we still need the scores for kind of internal record purposes. So I'd still request the scores so we could have them, even though.
Nice try though, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree.
I was thinking the same thing, and I already filled mine out.
It almost seems like an effort in futility.
Yeah. So let's get the scores regardless, or I mean, we could talk about this next meeting if we want to do this in June, bring up this stuff. All of June, it's pretty locked in. I've sent the budgets over to the finance people to put in central region or northern regions accounts. So
if that's a point of protocol, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do we follow those? Are we following those kind of meeting rules for this?
We should.
Then I would make a motion that we accept and fund all of these projects as presented, with the exception of the Creel survey and you adjusting budgets to reduce the amount of blue ribbon money being spent on community fisheries. Creel survey.
And I will send out regardless what that adjustment looks like after I rework the map.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
So reviewed unanimously. So we'll fund those. I don't know however many projects that was as stated, except for the Excel survey one where we work those numbers. So
You mentioned that the director having to decide whether to fund these things that we're contributing toward now, these positions, these interns, these positions. It seems to have been troublesome for some people here in this committee. Would it be beneficial for the committee itself to contact the director and say, hey, why don't you fund this? Why do we have to keep doing it every year?
I think
Rather than answer that question.
Rather than contacting the director, I think maybe a better approach is I will try to invite the director to a meeting. And I think it could be a meet and greet kind of thing. I think probably the director isn't as aware of Blue Ribbon as he should be. So I think, there's those opportunities to ask him questions, use that as a time to present our program and bring up concerns that we've got about Blue Ribbon.
We should probably invite Mike Canning too.
Yes, we invite both of them. Yeah, so Mike Canning is the assistant director who's directly over kind of aquatics. So if you look at the kind of pyramid, you got the director and then you got 3 assistant directors. Mike's the assistant director. The aquatics department. So
But it's a pretty hard argument to make if the governor's directive said to fund 2 blue ribbon biologists, and then we're trying to not fund a blue ribbon biologist.
Yeah, but if we can find ways to offset the cost of that, and this was an executive order that it's still being just like loosely followed, right?
it is, and I think the executive order really just said the Division of Wildlife is going to set aside a portion of our license sales every year to go to fish projects across the state. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
And then the rulemaking for it was the positions and the amount of money that goes towards what.
Yeah, but I think some of that may have been internal decisions on the exact dollar figure and some things like that. So I think it's a little wishy-washy.
Regardless, the less we spend on people, the more we spend on projects. Not that we don't want to fund people. It's just if we can not spend money on people with this money, then we can spend more on project work.
Well, the other
Diamond Fork's a great example of that. We could put a lot more rock structures in Diamond Fork.
Yeah, so can the mitigation commission.
The other part of this is we got a license fee increase through the legislature. So, starting probably July 1st, your fishing license price goes up $4 or $5 or something like that for a year. And, that's going to put more money into the division coffers. And, I think the division spending some of that out on positions is a logical thing, is kind of hitting them up at the same time. Like, hey, think about it. You got a little extra money coming in, funding these positions permanently is one thing you could use with that money.
Is blue ribbon funded by percentage or by a set dollar amount?
It's a set dollar amount.
So our funding don't go up.
Yeah, so ours.
Well, but that doing the study of where the blue ribbon, how the blue ribbon impacts, that's, once we have those numbers, then that gives us a little bit more leverage on, hey, this is the kind of impact we're having.
Yeah.
And we haven't had an increase, and we've been funding more positions rather than improving blue ribbon waters.
Yeah, and I think you bring up a good point, Rex. That was one of the big impetus for me doing the economic survey is we went to the governor, not the governor, we went to the director's office, I don't know, 3 years ago and said, how about giving us more than $450,000? And they said, prove you need it, basically. And the economic survey was part of that.
We're not ever turning projects away right now. So
I think
we need to work on that too.
Yeah, I think the other part of it's if Habitat Council consistently has a little money left in their bank, it shows collectively across the aquatic section as an agency that we're being offered so many dollars through Habitat Council, Blue Ribbon, to spend on these projects. And if we're not spending all that money every year, it's hard to justify giving us more money.
So we need to go back to a biologist and go, what do you get? What do you need? What could you have more that would help you manage the fisheries,
Well, and I think
some of that's work planning too.
Some of it's work planning, some of it's probably me shaking the biologist down a little bit. We had a couple years where we were pretty well under budget as Blue Ribbon. Like I think we were more like 400 out of our $450,000 requested.
Yeah.
And then last year I made kind of a hard push to our biologist saying, hey, you guys are consistently under requesting, you can request more. And they showed up and requested more last year. And we were, I think, more like $650,000 requested. And this year we fell back down to 435 or something like that. So making that plea to the biologist that, there's money. Yeah.
I saw one here on the southern region that we didn't talk about.
Did we skip one?
Well, I don't think I fell asleep. 6648 aquatic and riparian improvement on the lower Beaver near Minersville. I'm only asking from the perspective of Minersville's a blue stream, a blue ribbon reservoir, and below it is fishing access. I don't know if that lower Beaver is a blue ribbon stream, but it certainly could be.
Yeah. Okay. So they didn't ask for blue ribbon funding, but Nick is on the phone. So I'm going to let Nick, who's probably in charge of this project, speak.
Cool. I know we didn't hear from Nick.
Yeah. Right. Thanks. Yeah. So we didn't request blue ribbon funds because it isn't a blue ribbon fishery. And a few years ago, we actually requested it be a potential blue ribbon fishery, and the council at that time declined to have it be potential. So that it was pretty clear this wasn't something I could put before blue ribbon. But with that said, we've got a really good partnership with NRCS. We've got a lot of money coming from them. We're asking for a pretty small amount from Habitat Council, so I'm sure it'll get funded.
So that's it's not.
Well, turn it into a blue ribbon fishery. That's a great little creek.
No, it isn't.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna tell you that I first fished it in 1999, when I barely even knew where Minersville and what's that other little town out there in the middle of nowhere?
Milford, Beaver.
Milford. But my good friends lived in Milford for a number of years, and he turned me on to that little creek. But anyway.
It's tanked since 1999. That's terrible.
Yeah, we don't have to let it out, but make it a good, healthy environment for the wildlife.
Okay, any other discussion stuff related to projects?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to bring up a couple business things. I think the first one I'm gonna go over real fast is membership of Blue Ribbon. We've got a bunch of people who basically first terms are expiring from Blue Ribbon this year. I'm gonna pass, these are basically the membership rosters around, and you guys could look at what I'm setting out here. But and then we've got one person who in a few months is permanently off the council. The person's Rex. What I want to know is a couple things. I think first off, people who are eligible for renewal terms, if you're interested in being renewed. If you're not interested, that's fine. We can find somebody else to fill those positions, but you've all done a great job. So you're invited to come back for a second term if you want to come back for a second term from my perspective. So the people who are expiring soon, we've got Larry, who technically expired, I guess, like about a month ago. We got Mike Fisher, who expires in July. We've got Rex, who's, sorry, those first three are the first term expirations. We have Rex, who's second term, which is your last term, second term, expires at the end of June. So we've got Brian Anderson, who expires in July. We've got TJ, who actually expired in November.
I thought we moved everything to the 1st of July.
I'm working on moving it to the 1st of July, so my plan is when I renew people, I'm gonna fudge the dates a little bit and bump them out to that, to next July 1st.
Don't you just have an Excel spreadsheet and you just go in and change it?
Yeah. Oh, no, I have to go to the governor's office on membership and put a date in, so yeah, I can't fudge that one, unfortunately.
Maybe you can come back in as a warm one.
We've got Jordan, who expires in July. We've got Russ, who expires in July, and that's kind of it for this year's people. So,
Oh, you're already one.
I don't need an answer right now, but for those of you who either expired the last couple of months or are expiring, so maybe drop me an email or give me a phone call and catch me after the meeting and let me know if you want to go on for a second term or not. In the case of Rex, we got two things. The first, we've got to find another warm water rep to fill his position. Actually, we have 2 warm water rep openings. That's the bad news. The good news, and I need to look at these a little bit more. We sent a social media post out a few weeks back, trying to draw support for Blue Ribbon, and I actually got a handful of applications. So I think I'm sitting on 5 or 6 people who are interested in Blue Ribbon. I don't know anything about these people, but we could start looking at them and I don't know, seeing if we have somebody who would fit warm water. Actually, we're looking for 2 warm water people. So, and then the other thing we're going to need is, with Rex being our chair, somebody to step up and take Rex's position, basically. Which Rex, you can kind of run through the details. I mean, it's mainly running the meeting and putting agendas together and, some kind of side coordination stuff. I don't know if it adds up to that much at the end of the day, but
You get involved a little bit with other groups, and that this has been a really quick 2 years. So and coordinating the meetings, not, you just kind of take charge and stuff, but working with Randy's really easy. And I've been really fortunate because TJ's backed me up the whole time I've been in as the chair. So I've had somebody behind me that was you know, like, hey, what do you think about this? And, you know, TJ, well, this is in the handbook, Rex, and that's there. And, you know, it gives you a chance. And besides that, he's actually forced me to go fishing with him. That was horrible.
You didn't catch anything. Rest of us did.
Yeah. So anyhow, it's really been a privilege.
We've got somewhere a position kind of, role summary. It kind of, I think it has some hour estimates. It goes back a couple of years, but I'll send that out. But what I'd like to do during the June meeting really is, you know, put together kind of the membership roster again. So, you know, if anyone's interested in taking over Rex's position, that meeting would be Rex's last kind of meeting that he's chairing. We could talk about, you know, replacements, voting on a replacement. So if anyone's interested, talk to me or send me an email and we can talk about it a little more. I'll send out the kind of position announcement, so to speak, after this meeting so people can look over the roles. For those of you with expiring terms, let me know before the June meeting, you know, whether you're interested in the second term or not. And we can then basically vote people in for a second term during that June meeting if people are interested. And then I'll work in the interim on those openings, seeing if we get the openings plugged and if any openings come up because somebody is going to come back for a second term for those plugged.
I can tell you the 6 years goes by really quick. Ray Stubble, you know, Ray, he's the one that got me to come and I thought, well, yeah, that'd be kind of interesting. And I thought, because for me, I looked at it, 3 years, you barely learn enough to get some history. And the 6 years has gone by really, really fast.
I think it's amazing to see the growth of people during a 6-year period where you come in, and I think you all felt that way. You weren't sure what this council does. You weren't sure how it interacts with the division. And then, you know, you see people change over that 6-year period is, you know, that, I don't know, experience, I guess, comes in over time. So anyway, just contact me on all that. I'll send out an email to the effect, but I would love it, the June meeting, to kind of know who's returning, who's not returning, me having maybe some people lined up who we could maybe talk about as potential candidates to fill openings, and then having a Rex replacement lined up. Again, it'd be Rex's last meeting, but getting out voted on so it's cemented for moving forward would be good. So I'll send an email.
TJ, are you coming back? Are you up?
I gotta see what the salary's gonna be for.
I think they're gonna double what we've been getting.
That'll make a big difference.
Yeah, I gotta tell you guys, if you're thinking about somebody
that's what
dedicated to Blue Ribbon, I would have zero hesitation and have TJ come in and take my place. It has been an honor to work with him.
I'm interested in coming back. I'm not interested in being a boss.
You got till June to negotiate your salary.
Too late, so I'm not gonna let them off.
You like
it's
the R&R
amazing.
barbecue.
Yeah, it's amazing what you learn here, and you really get a feel for what these folks are doing out in the field. Most people think they just drive a truck. You know, the average person really does think that.
Yeah.
And then you don't just show up with a bucket of fish one day. Go check in this water and see if it works. That's what I've really enjoyed about this. There's a lot.
And when you think that you represent between 35 and 37,000 people with what your opinion is, I mean, you get to have some impact on the state of Utah that most people will never have in their lifetime. They just won't. And that's, you know, and you go places and you fish and you get to talk to people that are fishing there and you find out what their opinions are and stuff. And gee, we could do this better or that better. And yeah, we're spending the money this way. Well, it's not how folks feel, or it's exactly how folks feel. To me, you know, it's a little bit humbling to think, okay, what I just brought up means I'm speaking for 37,000 people in the state of Utah. That's a pretty neat experience and an awesome responsibility.
Okay, you take on the projects, for instance. I mean, you basically just voted on $1 from everyone's license sale every year, where that's going to go. So Okay, any other questions or anything on this? Okay.
One more question.
Yeah.
I need a vest.
I don't have it with me, but we can get you a vest. So, tell me a size, we'll get one shipped to you.
Okay. XL, probably.
XL, okay. I will make sure we ship one down to you, Dave. Or if you want to get one next meeting, but you've been doing a lot of them virtually, so.
Does everybody have a hat?
Yeah,
Everybody else has a hat and a vest?
Tell you what I'll do after this meeting, how about I'll do an order? I think I did one kind of after the hats.
Okay.
And then get sizes, and then we'll ship people between now and the next meeting, hats, vests, new shirts, all that stuff, whatever you're interested in, so. I think we can do that.
I do want you to know outreach, I wore this shirt to a college career fair. Not representing Blue Ribbon, obviously I was representing the Air Force at that point, but so wear your shirts out there. I even did a science fair judging in the shirt, so get them out there.
We do, Russ, we have the Kokanee seminar coming up, and we've got the representation at the booth that I think you still need some folks, don't you?
I was gonna.
Let's not skip.
Yeah,
that.
let's
talk to Randy about that.
let me finish up what I got, which is gonna be like 30 seconds.
Sorry, Larry. Look at Russ. He was just talking, yeah, Larry. Those are our two outreach guys. So,
It's all right.
The last thing I just want to cover real fast, just a reminder, waters we're reevaluating this year. Got to the November meeting, which is November 15th or so to get the scores in. But we've got Sand Hollow, Gunlock, Quail Creek. These are all southern region waters. We've got Otter Creek Reservoir. We've got
two on the east,
the East Fork Severe, so the Kingston stretch and the Black Canyon stretch. Is that it? Lake Powell, yeah.
Yeah.
So those are the waters we're reevaluating this year, and again, we're encouraging people to get out. You got time. Just reminding people though, that, by November 15th, you don't have to visit all of them, but if you can visit a couple of them, we get some scores in.
And I would suggest if you're gonna go to Washington County and have a good experience, probably end of April, 1st of May, watch Lake Powell. Whenever that water temperature gets close, those waters are gonna be right there too.
So, okay, that's all I got for stuff. You want to hit the?
I should be out by then.
I've got a couple updates. We've got the Kokanee seminar. Thanks to Nick, I'll take all of Nick's credit, but the location is going to be. Let me just pass this out here, you guys. Sounds like it's going to be a pretty good time.
Thanks for all your efforts, Larry. I get all your emails. That's,
yeah.
You guys went the extra mile.
Well, Nick's been doing all the heavy lifting on this. I just put it on paper. That's the easy deal. So, it's gonna be, Thursday, May 30th. I'm looking for a hotel recommendation down there. Excuse me, Thursday, May 11th.
Oh, thank you.
It's gonna be at the Sevier County Admin Building in Richfield. We've got 3 speakers confirmed, Ian Munson, Mike Fisher, Jared Johnson. And, commercial partners, Sportsman's is gonna provide some coupons. I gotta follow up on that. Jorgensen's, Sporting Goods in Richfield, Fish Lake Concessions, Larson's Ace Hardware, Sporting Goods, Fish Lake Resort. That's twice, but then the Bowery Haven Resorts are gonna partner with us on that. Danielle is gonna follow up on social media and the Everbright registration, so we can probably get that launched here anytime. I need a flyer, and then we still need to make sure, see if we can get the video recording equipment down there. So that's the update. You got it all locked in. Just gotta get it up on social media and start to promote it.
Okay. So you've been talking to Danielle?
No, I need to reach out to Danielle. They're going.
I kind of think
moving snow and sliding on snow.
Let me, I'll reach out for you.
Okay.
I think Danielle may have left for another job, so that might mean that we gotta find somebody or whoever that replacement is, so.
The eternal quest for people.
Yeah, which I think the good news is at least the video equipment that might be coming from Phil Tuttle is consistent down that way. Yeah, Nick.
Yeah, so when you're reaching out to someone in outreach, I'd also include Johnny Neal. He's the person in outreach in our regional office who's kind of been involved with it. So if you could loop him in on anything, that'd be good.
Thank you for the update.
Okay.
And then that's it on the Kokanee seminar, so I think we're good to go on that. It's March, so seems like everything's last minute nowadays with people. And so it'd be interesting to put stuff up on social media and see what happens. We've got a couple other opportunities. We've got the to my right here. We've got the I handed out my agenda. Somebody have some with some handwritten notes on it? Never mind.
The venue, that we're having, how many people can we have in it there?
Dick, well, I think we were limited it to 60 RSVPs and should get us about 40 some odd folks. So it should be a pretty good deal. I'm gonna go down the day before or the day morning of and stay overnight, maybe even fish down there. So.
Well, the last Kokanee seminar we put on, we expected 70, 80, and we ended up with what, 100?
It was a lot, yeah, we had a bunch.
Yeah, we were trying to
Our
find
venue was
chairs.
too small. That's kind of what I was asking.
Yeah, we held one at Jordanelle and we just filled the entire thing. And the folks up at Jordanelle are wonderful about hosting us up there. So if we do one in the fall, that'd be the place to go. Oh, yeah,
I'm just saying,
But we had,
you will be surprised how many.
Yeah,
folks
I think you'll have a full house too.
Yeah.
I hate doing this, but I feel like these seminars, the people we draw, it seems all across the board. We've done some where you have like 150, 200 people. And we've done some others where there's 30 people. It feels like you never really know what's going to show up. And if we really have space limitations, whether we need to do more of a ticket or something like that for this one to make sure we don't go over any space capacities, or we always offer up the recording online for people.
Yeah, I think we discussed limiting the Everbright registration to 60 or 65 people, and I think it was 75 with 60 capacity, if I remember right, in our conversation. Yeah. Yeah. It is more of a rural area, so maybe it won't be.
I feel like that might add to
the walleye and the kokanee. The other seminars were never quite sure, but walleye and kokanee, it seems like we just have never had a lack of folks that wanted to come. Well, standing room only. Yeah. There you go. Any questions, any other thoughts on the kokanee seminar? Nick, we all good down there?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then I'll get to following up on this on Friday. We've got another opportunity coming up at the Wasatch Fly Fishing Expo. I noticed mix all over that thing as far as doing your own nymphing, all kinds of other casting, and I don't know what else.
Are we gonna have a table there?
Yes. We are.
Do we need volunteers to man it?
I'm getting right to that. We're gonna share a table with TU and the Women's Fishing Group. I forget the name of it. It's April 14th and 15th. I'm volunteered for Friday the 14th. I've got Rex and Terry for the morning of Saturday morning, 9 to 1. And I need a couple guys Saturday afternoon and Friday afternoon. I come down and just hang out. And
Questions or what?
I'm sorry?
No, what's involved in being in booth?
just showing up, saying hi, promoting Blue Ribbon. I'm gonna hit Randy up for some collateral stuff to
I was gonna say, I totally forgot, because I think I told you I was gonna bring something, but
Yeah.
I think we've got some like trifold brochures
Yeah.
laying around that I could bring out.
Yeah, I can swoop by the office down there.
You still got our blue ribbon sign, right?
Not a sign. I don't think we have a sign. We can see if we can get a sign.
Or a banner.
Yeah, so one of my notes here to myself is we need a sign and handouts, because we're gonna have the TU people in there and the women's people, so we need some kind of small poster and maybe some flyer or something like that.
Rebecca, is that your group?
So it's actually, it's not a fishing group or Heidi's. It's just more or less trying to promote like women in TU. And so it's still on the fence, just because all the volunteers that we have for that, you know, your typicals, like our Pat, Jane, myself, Heidi, they were all tied up already in so many places. So the idea was presented just a few weeks ago. So Bill's gonna take over and try to find volunteers for it. If they come along, then if not, they'll be just you guys in there partying it up.
Yeah.
That's right.
I only volunteered for 4 hours to tie flies, so I'm open one of your slots.
Which day?
Just let me know what you can't fill.
Saturday afternoon or Friday afternoon?
Either one. Just let me know which one.
We're gonna put you down for Saturday afternoon.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if we have screens on stands that we could put the logo and the screen up behind the booth or anything like that, AV wise, we have some support
So
system.
you think it project it basically versus make a poster?
Yeah, we could have it on a similar screen like that, would show the logo, we could show images of fish and.
Well, the TU is gonna have I shouldn't say this, a fish display. I wasn't gonna say that, but you know, fishing and that kind of thing on a video monitor. And so I would think a poster and some handouts would probably be pretty adequate.
So
Wearing the
what-
shirts.
we have a source to get a poster quickly in like a couple weeks.
Possibly, worst case, we could have a monitor with that, just a locked image of the logo and stuff they're showing too, so.
My other thought would be if TU's got a monitor, whether if we could have like
Yeah,
a
hijack
slideshow, hijack it, insert a blue ribbon logo every good slide or whatever.
Sure, we can hijack something.
Yeah.
Figure out something, sure.
Thank you. Larry, tell me those dates one more time.
It'd be, April 14 and 15, the Friday, the 14th. is-
This is Salt Lake, South
Sandy. Mount America, Expo Center. Friday's 10 to 7 and Saturday's 9 to 5. So we need 9 to 1 or 1 to 5.
9 to 1.
Take it.
Terry and I already
Got that. So I need one more for Saturday afternoon and 1 or 2 for Friday afternoon.
Let me check the schedule and just make sure.
I'll recap this in an email and get it out to all you guys.
Okay.
I'm down there if you're okay, if I just kind of hang out a little bit in and out.
That's what I have to do there.
I don't think fish tanks been through good this year. So.
Yeah, no, you're always popular. And then we have a new opportunity. Somebody reached out to Bill at TU and High Country, and there's this on Saturday, May 13th at Soldier Hollow. There's this thing called Bladesmith and Barbecue, and it's a watch exciting bladesmith competitions and barbecue competitions. Celebrity judges from outdoor adventure TV and social media genres will be on site to meet their fans. Attendees will also be able to check out a wide range of vendors and sponsors focused on outdoor adventure, hunting, fishing, camping, and survival. Fun for the whole family, free
What's the
samples.
date on that?
May 13th.
Oh, so it's 3 days after the cocaine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, except it's a,
Yeah, but it's
yeah, Soldier Hollow, outside of Midway. So that sounds fun. They don't have a lot on their website yet. The website is Bladesmith and Barbecue, spelled out BARBECUE.com. Looks kind of interesting. My wife's into that forged in iron show, so she's kind of excited to go watch people pound steel.
Yeah.
So I'll get out information on that. So TU is gonna have a booth there in High Country, so I might be, depending on what the department's thoughts are on that, whether we want to promote Blue Ribbon there.
I mean, I don't see any harm if we want to, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then open to any other outreach ideas.
Catfish seminar. Chris, we talked about it, yeah, and we've talked about having one. And last time we held one, and we were down in the Vineyard City Hall. It was way too small a venue. We just packed it. That was Provo? Oh, Vineyard. Yeah, down by Provo. Yeah, yeah. And we could have had a hall 3 times as large.
Besides what other catfish, blue ribbon waters have we got?
Those are only catfish, blue ribbon. But, huh? Willard, excuse me, you're right, Russ.
Yeah, let's take that for Northern Region.
Yeah, absolutely. And and we're, if we can get the right things to take place eventually, Utah Light might be a blue ribbon. So.
Yeah. Do we have anything else for him?
I don't.
That's everything I got. I'll recap this, get it out to you guys Friday.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's all I've got as well. So I think we can probably get it. Our next meeting looks like June 15th will be our next meeting, and it'll be a quote normal meeting. Yeah, it's all like office. So.
We seem to be coming further north.
Yeah. South. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
One more time,
Very,
Mickey.
very cool.